Bro, like, listen,
Why?
all right, I don't like Stanley and people. I think the only person I have banned was Stanley.
It is what it is. But like I say, man, you ain't
I
really
literally
got
said
value like
they
that.
need
If they
to
wanna beef with you,
understand.
it's called Stanley versus
I
the
need to
world.
finish what I say first.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you what
Do I think
what
it's
people
okay?
do. Do
I think
you
it's
think it's
normal.
okay?
Say
I
one
need
thing.
to finish what I say first. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. If you are filing in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please like, share, and like, subscribe, and share. This is, I don't know, every now and again, I like to watch these YouTube films or YouTube videos that that talk about butchering meat. Anyone who actually likes to cook along the way, definitely make sure you pick up some butchering skills. It helps a lot, believe it or not. A lot of times, for instance, I like to cut my own pork chops. So anyway, there's no real audio other than ambient sound, but I enjoyed it. So it's kind of making me hungry, to be honest. What's up, 12th man? Probably everybody who cooks knows a very sharp knife is actually safer than a dull knife. And all that all those trimmings and stuff that she's doing, you can definitely make beef stock. Nice. Well, 12 man, I think a lot of times um, stores, like if, like a grocery store, butcher department, they really just, they over trim just to make it look aesthetically pleasing. That's why there's such things as home style. Uh, I mean, um, you kind of know what to trim. One of the things I hate trimming at home is the silver flesh. I think that's what it's called. But if you have a sharp knife, at home at least, if you have a sharp knife, you can do a pretty good job. You don't really over trim. Like what she's pulling off there, you definitely want off because that's just tough. That's basically going to be gristle. Now, I also wonder why people don't use kitchen shears more often. She's actually really good. Good morning, Charlie's girl. I wonder would this count as ASMR, butchering meat? Of course, she better be real careful. She better be that whole piece of meat that she got from Costco was $418, I think it was. That's like ridiculous. Beef prices in the US have just gone unaffordable. I'm surprised nobody's come up with some conspiracy theory involving vegetarians. Like the vegetarians have just, artificially inflated prices of meat just so people can't afford to eat it. they they have to do plant-based diets. Oh, by the way, you see the title there? I I couldn't resist making that into a show title, Charlie's Girl. So that's a good idea, 12th man. I don't eat as much hamburger now that my son's gone all the time. Um, but yeah, I used to actually just get like a cheap roast or something like that. And then I would either put it in the food processor and grind it up. I do actually have a meat grinder for my wife's KitchenAid blender, not blender, mixer. You know, you can buy the attachments, but I haven't ground meat for hamburger in probably a year. Maybe I ought to do that because I do need to do a grocery order. Damn, that looks nice. I do need to do a grocery order this week. Maybe I'll get maybe I'll get some cheap roast. Oops, some cheap roast and grind it up. That's another thing you all can do. Um, you could basically, you know, do some form of a dry age. Just park it in the refrigerator. Problem is you know you got to actually have the temperature right. But if you let it sit for like maybe 2 or 3 days, it actually does intensify the beefy flavor, and you don't need anything more than salt or pepper. And then I bet she's going to finish them in the oven. Ooh. Oh, shit. She's not going to. Oh, she is going to. Gotcha. Oh, no, she's not. Damn, I need her for a wife. I probably want mine a little bit more well done, but you could pop it in a microwave. That's just a little too raw for me. though I'd still eat it. But I like a woman who likes a bloody steak. You know what? I take that back. Nah, it's not too raw. Oh, and she keeps her fingernails trim. I like that. That's a woman who actually likes to cook. Damn. You know what? I shouldn't be doing this to myself. Now I want one. Apparently some tomatoes and that's got to be yogurt or something. Now, hopefully she's not eating all that in one day. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and I would definitely want to see this tri-tip, but we'll do that another day. What else? There was something else. The next thing I'm gonna do, maybe this week, one day this week, deboning a whole chicken, which I do every now and again. And then you debone the whole chicken. You can even debone the well, you can debone the wings, but it's really not worth it. um, so I usually just take the wings off, but you can debone a whole chicken, then roll it up into is it a roulade or remoulade? I can't remember now. But shit, I might do that maybe this weekend. It's been a while since I've done it. You got to have a small deboning knife though, but which I do have. But it's actually, unfortunately, it takes me about an hour to do it. If you're really good, you could probably do it in 15 minutes. So anyway, on to the news. Sorry to disappoint you, 12 man. These are stories that I kind of left over yesterday. I was really tired yesterday from, all the festivities this weekend. So I wasn't even going to do a show yesterday, but I got bored. So I did like less than a 2-hour show, which is kind of unusual for me. And I didn't even bother with news stories, but we will catch up. So apparently the United States and China are still hashing it out at the negotiating table over a trade deal. And according to China, NVIDIA broke antitrust law. China says on second day of U.S. trade talks. So I assume today will be the third day. But let's hear this. This is really short. And by the way, I actually finally, people are, well, one person in particular actually convinced me to open up a Twitter account or X account. I literally never had one. And so I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. And the only things that I've followed so far on Twitter are all the news, all the news outlets. I haven't followed anybody, any one person. And who knows, we may keep it that way. I haven't posted on Twitter. I actually have no interest. And the funny thing is when you subscribe or when you open that account, they almost want to force you to follow Elon Musk. But I made a special effort not to follow him. So anyway, NVIDIA.
You're listening to NVIDIA broke antitrust law, China says on second day of U.S. trade talks. A news story written by Katrina Northrup and read by an AI-generated voice. Beijing said Monday that NVIDIA, the American artificial intelligence chip giant, broke China's antitrust law, ratcheting up tensions with the United States as negotiators for the two countries meet for trade talks in Spain. The announcement from China's top antitrust regulator is a result of an investigation, disclosed in December, into the company's 2019 acquisition of computer networking company Mellanox Technologies. The regulator had previously approved the purchase in 2020. The news comes on the second day of U.S.-China trade negotiations after the world's two largest economies engaged in a punishing tariff fight this past spring. But signals from President Donald Trump were more optimistic on other fronts. Hours later, he said on Truth Social that a deal was also reached on a certain company that young people in our country very much wanted to save, an apparent reference to TikTok, the Chinese-owned social media platform that faces a potential ban in the U.S. He also said that the trade talks went very well and that he would be speaking to Chinese leader Xi Jinping on Friday. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who was in Spain for the talks, also signaled optimism, saying that the two countries reached a framework for a TikTok deal and that the talks focused on the social media platform rather than broader trade issues. In a news conference Monday, Chinese officials said the two sides had reached a basic consensus on a TikTok deal and would work to examine and approve related matters. This isn't the first time NVIDIA has been caught in Beijing's crosshairs, especially as the chips that power the most cutting-edge AI systems have become central to the tech competition between the US and China. In July, China's cyberspace regulator summoned NVIDIA representatives to explain alleged security risks involving its H20 artificial intelligence chips. That followed the Trump administration's sudden reversal of its ban on selling the chips to China. Moves from both Beijing and Washington in the run-up to the Spain meeting seemed to put pressure on the talks. On Friday, the U.S. added several Chinese companies to an export blacklist, while the next day, China's Commerce Ministry launched an anti-discrimination probe into U.S. policies toward Chinese chips. NVIDIA didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Lyric Lee contributed to this report.
All right, well, we're going to stick with the China stuff. U.S. and China have framework of TikTok deal. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, says as Trump teases agreement. The only reason TikTok has survived and now it's like, it's got Donald Trump's blessing is I think Donald Trump is like has the most followers on TikTok. So somehow or another, his ego is gratified. So TikTok's not going anywhere. So let's listen to this video.
Speaking of TikTok, it's faced a series of challenges, of course, in these United States in the past few years, including that on-again, off-again effort to ban it entirely over security concerns. Well, now 14 states and Washington, D.C. are suing the super popular social media app, claiming it was designed from the beginning to be addictive. And this week, we got our first look at video that shows TikTok employees discussing that very concern. Jolene Kent looks at the continuing questions over the design of TikTok.
Hands down, this is the best app.
As 170 million Americans scroll TikTok, we're getting a new look inside the company.
I mean, the product in itself has baked into it compulsive use.
This video compilation, unsealed by a North Carolina judge and obtained by CBS News, shows employees had candid internal discussions about TikTok's impact on users' well-being.
We have these expectations and goals, and they're not necessarily congruent with good mental health.
The edited video was released by the state
A
of
male
North
with
Carolina,
vocal
which sued
fry?
TikTok
Yuck.
and its Chinese parent company ByteDance last year, alleging the company knew the social media app was addictive and deceived parents and kids about the potential safety risks.
We obviously wanted people to spend as much time as possible on TikTok, which can be in contrast to what is best for your mental health.
In response, TikTok said the clips are misleading and cherry-picked and called the edited video a shameful attempt to distort an open internal conversation about making the platform safer when TikTok was just beginning 5 years ago. The release of this video comes just 2 days after Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison also sued TikTok, alleging it's violated consumer protection laws.
TikTok has violated the law by designing features that can cause users to, especially children, by the way, to compulsively and excessively use the app such that they are mentally, physically, and financially injured.
TikTok told us the Minnesota lawsuit is based on misleading and inaccurate claims. The company also says it has more than 50 features to help young people use the app safely and offers controls for parents as well. Gail.
All right, Jolene, thank you very much.
Uber is facing a $125 million lawsuit for allegedly discriminating against passengers with disabilities. The Justice Department
Oh,
accuses
that's
the ride-sharing
gone a little bit
giant of
over here.
violating the
Welcome aboard, Lord ADS. Good to see you. Welcome to my boring little YouTube show. we do news here. I'm not going to get into this particular article. It's really, I don't know, it's kind of part article, part opinion piece, but this is basically talking about, you know, how the Trump family has basically enriched itself, you know, with the power that Donald Trump has achieved. So, you know, anatomy of two giant deals, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, got chips. The Trump team got crypto riches. So we know about Qatar and the plane. We know about Donald Trump's, I forget what it's called, like Donald Trump has a coin and Melania has a coin. And it's just kind of just, I don't know. This is what you get when you have a businessman as president. You know, business people, entrepreneurial types don't do things without asking what's in it for me. So this should be a surprise to no one. And I suspect a lot of Donald Trump voters would actually approve of, you know, this sort of enriching. You know, he's basically taking emoluments and putting them on steroids. So not going to read it. If anybody wants the article, I can drop it into the chat. And by the way, I generally put most of what I'm going to talk about article wise or even video wise. I put them in the show notes. So and I believe I did that this morning. You know, I'm getting forgetful in my old age. But anyway, let's move on. This is more important. Long-term unemployment at post-pandemic high, straining workers and economy. Donald Trump is saying the economy is booming. Every indicator seems to, at best, be kind of soft. As far as if the economy is doing well, it's barely doing well. And there are a lot of indicators that, you know, there's a looming issue with inflation and unemployment, a lot being exacerbated by this attempt at tariffs. And by the way, the tariffs, most of them have been ruled unconstitutional. So I think like in November of this year, the Supreme Court's actually going to be hearing the case. And if possible, I plan on actually listening to it live on this show. Hopefully SKC will be around and we can just sit there and drink beer and listen to the Supreme Court. So anyway, we'll listen to a little bit of this article. Long-term unemployment.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with
God
our
damn
app,
it.
website, chat, or by phone. Because when
fucking
getting help is
Washington
hard,
Post.
it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling
And
Bench Press
now-
Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy
Damn
weights in the
commercials.
order in which your cry for help was received.
By Abha Bhattarai.
By the way, the Washington Post just started with certain of their articles having commercials in them, and I'm seriously thinking about just canceling my subscription. If I got to pay to listen to commercials, that is not going to make me happy.
And read by an AI-generated voice. More Americans are facing stretches
What's
of
up, dirty
unemployment of
dude?
6 months or more, a worrisome sign for the U.S. economy. More than 1 in 4 workers without jobs have been unemployed for at least half a year, new data shows. That number is a post-pandemic high, and a level typically only seen during periods of economic turmoil. In all, more than 1.9 million Americans had been unemployed long-term in August, meaning they have been out of work for 27 weeks or more, a critical cliff when it comes to finding a job. That's nearly double the 1 million people who were in a similar position in early 2023. We have a low-hire, low-fire environment, and that stagnancy means there aren't a lot of new positions for people to move into, said Laura Ulrich, Director of Economic Research at the job site Indeed. The probability of becoming unemployed has not gone up that much, but if you become unemployed, it's much harder to find a job. 6 months of unemployment often signals a turning point in a person's job search, according to economists. They've probably run out of unemployment insurance benefits and severance payments by then, leaving them on shakier financial ground. People who have been unemployed for more than 6 months are also more likely to become discouraged and stop looking for work altogether. The data shows how broadly the job market has cooled ahead of the Federal Reserve's highly anticipated meeting this week, when policymakers are expected to lower interest rates for the first time this year. 2 months of weaker-than-expected jobs numbers, including widespread revisions, have led policymakers to voice concerns that the labor market could continue deteriorating.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. No one seems, least of all Donald Trump, seems to be able to figure out if you fire a bunch of people from the government, it's not going to help your job market. Instead of this mass firing that Elon Musk and Trump tried to do, it should have been a lot more measured and a long-term policy. I have no idea why, why is Donald Trump getting pissed off and thinking the job numbers are faked when you just fired 500,000 people or more? Just total just retardation. So in a related story, the newest face of long-term unemployment, the college educated. So, MAGA and its allies are going to be thrilled at this. Don't go to college. You'll be unemployed if you do. So, Sean, I'll read a little bit of this. Sean Whitmire would seem to be highly employable. He has more than a decade of experience in architecture and product design, impressive coding chops, and 2 master's degrees. His skills make him an asset in 2 industries, technology and construction, which helped power the economy's growth over the last 15 years. But construction activity has faltered since 2023 after the Federal Reserve began raising interest rates, and many tech companies began layoffs around the same time. By the way, and I haven't followed up, maybe if I remember, Donald Trump just announced some new plan. I can't remember whether it's an executive order or some sort of policies pushing through Congress that should help encourage new home building. I need to make a note and follow up on it. Anyway, the faltering, construction and technology layoffs helps explain why Mr. Whitmire, 37, has been unemployed for a year and a half since he lost his job in business development for a company that makes software to help with real estate projects. He's been so eager to earn income that he has applied for positions befitting an intern, only to be told he's overqualified. I can't even work at the little board game store down the street. Sure you can. When the federal government released its August unemployment numbers on September 5th, the overall unemployment rate was still relatively low at just over 4%. But underneath was a concerning statistics. The portion of unemployed people who have been out of work for more than 6 months, which is considered long-term, rose to its highest share in over 3 years to nearly 26%. So whatever Donald Trump is doing, it is not helping, as much as he would have you hope. Yeah, everything's going good here, Dirty. Whatever Donald Trump is saying, Donald Trump is a hype man. He is a con man. He is a salesman by nature. And he's never, the only thing he's ever going to talk negative about is the left. And speaking of that, JD Vance hosts the Charlie Kirk Show after Kirk's assassination. And I've seen a clip or two from it. It's literally just JD Vance is a weak man. I still predict he will not be the Republican nominee in 2028. It will be Marco Rubio. Oops. Let me start this over. And why is this not? Hold on one sec. Let me figure out why this is not working. Let's see if that did it.
Charlie Kirk is expected to appear.
Let me know if y'all can. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Arrested in the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk is expected to appear before a state judge in Utah tomorrow.
Oh wait,
Tyler
this isn't
Robinson
the story that I wanted. Unfortunately, I had this story up up since yesterday, and looks like the link went stale. Sometimes it does that on. Sometimes StreamYard isn't happy if you leave these links up for very long. So I'll just read it. Unless I can find, nope, not going to find it. So basically, Vice President JD Vance hosted the Charlie Kirk Show Monday after Kirk was shot and killed last week at Utah Valley University. Vance announced Sunday in a post on X that he had the honor of hosting the Charlie Kirk Show to pay tribute to my friend. Speaking from his office in the White House complex Monday, Vance said he was filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for as he kicked off the show. But I'm going to try and do my best. Kirk, a conservative activist. Charlie Kirk was not a conservative. I don't consider MAGA a conservative movement. It is a faux populist movement with oligarchs in flannel shirts, trying to look like working class people. Kirk, a conservative activist, was assassinated last week during a Utah Valley University event hosted by his organization. After his death, Kirk's body was flown on the vice president's plane to Kirk's home in the state of Arizona. Jesus Christ. These people, you know what? I made the the point, and I'm sure I won't be the only one, probably not the first one. They're gonna make him the MLK of the MAGA movement, and his wife Erica is going to be Coretta Scott King of the MAGA movement. So I don't have clips. Maybe I'll think of it and find them later. But the clips that I saw were just like, my God, these people literally are making it up as they go along. Charlie Kirk, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Charlie Kirk he came from money. You know, probably the reason Donald Trump had so much affinity for him is Charlie Kirk's father was like a major Republican donor, and he was a co-founder, if it can even be called a co-founder. The man who was like the major mover behind Turning Point USA was some sort of entrepreneur who was rich, and Charlie Kirk was kind of his protege. And the guy died, was it back in 2020 or something like that, a while ago. So Charlie, being the guy's protege, just kind of took it over. Turning Point USA, I guess, was kind of targeted to recruit young white males in particular, white kids in general. And it just, you know, since Charlie was the protege, he got a lot of the credit. And he has indeed kind of developed it and made it what it is, but he didn't found it. And he wasn't some guy who picked himself up by his bootstraps. He had a rich father. So Charlie, much like Donald Trump, would not be where he is had he not had, rich parents to fund his start. So this video kind of popped up in my YouTube feed or algorithm, and this is called Pastor Jamal Bryant calls out pastors over Charlie Kirk. I've not listened to it, but so you and I, you folks in the chat and I will be watching it with fresh eyes. This is going to have the same problem. Let me refresh it.
Whose hands they're holding. But even in a tragic death, you cannot rewrite somebody's life. And I am all the more concerned about how America and the media is trying to remix a life of racism and white supremacy that went forth unchecked. We cannot say somebody who called Ketanji Brown a DEI hire as somebody who is the face of Christendom when the person who said it dropped out of community college. You cannot say that the Civil Rights Bill should not have been passed and Black people were in a better place in the 1940s when they had segregation and did not have freedom. You cannot say in no uncertain terms that George Floyd was a thug and Martin Luther King Jr. is not deserving of a holiday. My heart is mourning today from pastors and churches all over this country who are going to have moments of silence and celebrate somebody who is trying to take the nation backwards. But today we stand leaning on the cross because I want you to hear it from your pastor. The cross is higher than the flag. Come. Did y'all hear what I just said? I said the cross is higher than the flag.
I bet you're happy to hear that, right, Pagoda?
Pray for this nation. I wanted to pray for our community.
Hear what exactly?
Oh, the cross. The cross is higher than the flag.
I'm not a Christian, so I don't care.
Oh, no. It's a joke. I know you're not a Christian. That's why I was making the joke.
Oh, okay. That's it.
All right. Well, let's play the rest of this, then we'll chat.
Because people are feeling emboldened to be racist, emboldened to be misogynist, emboldened to promote the values of white supremacy. And we are not calling for bearing of arms. We're calling for the blood of Jesus to cover this nation from sea to shining sea. Because of what I'm going to do in the next 90 days. In an Orthodox
This dude has
Jewish
a
family,
weird accent.
in the Orthodox Jewish family, the first year of marriage. In an Orthodox Jewish family, the first year of marriage, the couple does not work. The couple doesn't work. The families of the bride and groom give them a house and pay for it for the first year, so that they can spend that year getting to know each other. Can you imagine? I'm waiting for those of y'all that got radical faith, that when your children come of age, you're going to be able to gift your children with a piece of property. Y'all ain't got that kind of faith. Hallelujah. I believe by faith my children are never going to be anxious about where they're going to live. My daughter ain't going to have to compromise just to get a roof over her head. She ain't even got to come back to live with me. I'm going to give her a piece of real estate. You may be seated.
Can I say something, or you want me to react to this after the video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Don't need to call me sir, but whatever. First of all, what he told about the Orthodox, that's a lie.
I don't care. No, we're gonna follow this script. It's not an open panel. So, I mean, is what you're going to say about the Orthodox applicable?
He talked about Orthodox Jews, okay? He said that Orthodox Jews, after they married, they don't work 1 year. That's I don't know where he got that from. That's nonsense. In here, you work after you married. You know, you have your honeymoon, and after that,
Mhm.
you know, back to normal.
Well, do you think he's talking about what's that? What's that sect of Judaism in places like New York City? I can't remember. They are ultra Orthodox. Is that
They
maybe who
have.
he's talking about?
You mean they have beards? They have tzitzit. They have you know they have the hats and the black
Yeah.
clothing.
The what are they? The side locks or whatever they're
We
called.
call them dosis. We call them dosim in here. They're Orthodox in
Could he
short.
be? Well, I think in the United States they're actually called ultra Orthodox, and there's communities. The one I'm thinking of is in New York City. Hasidic. That's right. Thank you, Charlie's girl. I couldn't think of the word. I'm getting old. Words don't come to me as easily. What about the Hasidic? Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah.
Could he be talking about them?
What?
Could he be talking about them?
I don't think so, but actually, the only Jews that he maybe could be correct about is maybe the Hasidic Jews, the one that you mentioned right now.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, they're
again,
not. Are there Hasidic Jews in Israel?
if you mean yes, they are Hasidic Jews. They are inside the Orthodox Jews category.
Mhm.
Okay, in Israel, you have in terms of faith, you have tiers. Of course, you can move from one tier to another as you wish. Of course, you know, it's fluid in the end of the day. You know, there is atheist Jews. They are
Right. Well,
the Jews that are
we
not
call them
religious.
secular Jews here.
No. Secular Jews is above that. There is
Oh, really?
atheist Jews. Yes, there is Jews that are atheist. There is secular Jews, me included. I'm in that category of secular Jews, and of
Mhm.
course you have how you call it in English. You have traditional Jews. You have Jews with small yarmulke, religious Jews. In other words, you have Jews with bigger yarmulke that are more religious from the religious Jews with the small yarmulke. You have, and above that you have Orthodox Jews, or dosim. That's how we call them. And inside the dos category, or dosim if you want, you have those guys that you talked about.
There was one other. Oh, I also heard that
Also,
Israel is just
yes. Also, I must also mention that in every one of the categories that I put right now, you have a numbers of flavors. Just so you know.
right. Well, last question on this particular topic before we get back to the video. How has it been going? I hear that they're actually at one point in time, Orthodox Jews in Israel were exempt from military service, and that recently changed. How is that being taken? Can you talk on that for a couple minutes?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, it's unfortunately yes and no. A lot of people. Well, if we will go back, originally, you know, they were a very small in the found of the state. When we declared independence close to 8 years ago, they were a small bunch, and we let them have their way and pray instead of going to the army. And now, you know, they're way bigger than what they were, and we cannot have them doing nothing around. So a lot of people want them to go to the army, and after this war, and well, of course, some of them starting to go to the army, but still not enough. After this war, we're going to have a small war inside of here, and we're going to make them go to the army like everybody else. We have enough of their bullshit.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah,
Well, thank you for
it's
that.
complicated and embarrassing, but if you want to talk about it, then whatever.
I don't know. I mean, in the United States, there is a
Embarrassing for me
history of
anyway.
conscientious objectors. So,
It's more of a Torah study
mhm.
whatever you call that.
Yeah, conscientious objectors who just, they're basically pacifists, I guess. But I
In
wouldn't.
we also have that, but a very small amount, and people like those, you look at them as the human waste they are, if you ask me. No,
I
those
see.
people, especially after the 7th of October,
Right.
it's gonna go,
So let's listen to a little bit more of this. I think
Yeah.
he's getting away from what I was more interested in his commentary on Charlie Kirk. Might have been just put Charlie Kirk in the title and to get
Yeah,
clicks.
people are
So
moaning about him.
we'll listen to. Well, actually, but you know what? Let's not continue on. What is the word on Charlie Kirk, or any thoughts since you're across the pond and over, all the way down on the Mediterranean? What's going on in Israel? What do y'all think about Charlie Kirk?
There is a talk about him, definitely. A lot of people are sad because what happened to him, and we see him. We literally lost a protector, a friend, and an ally that was helping us defend ourselves in terms that was helping us justify our struggle for freedom.
Mhm.
We lost.
Well, one interesting thing, and you probably know this
What?
as well. If the theories floating around about the politics of the shooter, the man who killed Charlie Kirk, and a lot of because I tend to be more sympathetic to the left. It looks like this guy was a kind of like a follower of a guy named Nick Fuentes, which this article here is going to be about. And they are basically, well, they're anti-Semitic, just to be blunt about it. So,
What I know about Nick Fuentes,
basically,
definitely
hold on one second. Basically, there is one of the sub theories is that Charlie Kirk basically lost his life for supporting Israel. Any thoughts on that?
I think it will be more accurate to say that he lost his life in the name of freedom of speech.
No, that wouldn't be true.
The person that unalived him.
Okay, no. Let me not steer you wrong here. It wasn't a free speech issue. You can say he above all other people that I can think of off the top of my head, he was everywhere. He was on college campuses. He was on TV. He had his show. It was not a freedom of speech issue. And by the way, the other thing people don't actually understand is freedom of speech is basically telling the government or governments, federal all the way down to local governments can't restrict your right. But freedom of speech is not, like I'm not bound to give you freedom of speech on my show. Okay. People will say, well, Stanley, you won't let me talk. It's a freedom of speech issue. No, it's not. I don't, I'm not a government. I can censor my show as much as I want. So I thoroughly disagree that it was a free speech issue. There's no way that could even be possible.
Well, the guy that took his life wrote on one of the bullets from that for the racist or something like that. And also they say,
okay, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Only the government is bound by the First Amendment. So this guy was, the shooter was not a government. He was an individual. So if an individual didn't like what Charlie Kirk says, I could go with that theory, but this isn't a freedom of speech issue.
Well, Well, that's what you say.
Well, no, it's not. It's not what I say. It's what I know. I happen to.
Okay.
I happen to. Know a bit about the First Amendment.
Okay, that's what you claim. Okay.
Well,
Yes.
no. I will claim. I will claim my expertise as an American citizen. It
Okay,
wasn't a
that's
free
good.
speech issue. So,
Okay,
in any case, this article is written by Virginia Heffernan, who is actually subscribe to her Substack newsletter. She is a really good writer, probably to the left of me, but I couldn't help but play this article. No avoiding it. Post Kirk, we have to learn about the Groyper Wars. So we're going to learn a little bit about Groypers here. And there's Nick Fuentes. I don't know whether that's his dorm room or what.
I want to ask
Huh.
I ask something. You're a Democrat?
Yes.
You voted for Biden?
Well, voted for Kamala and Biden too before that.
You know that Kamala said you well, no what?
Okay, are we going to talk about Kamala or are we going to talk about Nick Fuentes? And how
Okay,
does
let's
Kamala come?
take it.
How does
You want
Kamala
to-
come up when we're talking about Nick Fuentes? Can you help me out here?
No, you just say that you voted for Kamala, but never mind
Okay,
that.
what I need you to do is stay on topic. We are
Okay,
not going to talk.
I'm-
We're going to try and stick to my agenda. See how that free speech stuff works? I don't have to give it to you. Nick Fuentes. Not sure how Kamala has anything to do with Nick Fuentes. Can you connect those dots?
Okay. So let's continue to Nick.
Awesome. By your leave, sir.
No, avoiding it. Post Kirk, we have to learn about the Groyper Wars. By Virginia Heffernan. Republican Governor Spencer Cox's Utah hot take on Charlie Kirk's assassination, Wednesday, is still the most candid. I was praying that if this had to happen here, that the killer would not be one of us, Cox said, meaning presumably that the killer would not be white, American, male, conservative, and Utahn. This, naturally, launched 1,000 TikToks by those who ticketed Cox for racism. But was not Cox's Mormon prayer a near-universal expectation? And were not most mainstream observers at least somewhat surprised to find that the suspect in Kirk's murder is no stranger to MAGA? From the start, chatterers from The Atlantic to The Guardian, Benjamin Netanyahu determined that Kirk, a white nationalist, was killed not by one of us, but by one of them. A leftist, brown or black, an immigrant, or, if not female, as that is too much to ask, even from Cox's Mormon God, at least transgendered. This rush to judgment blazed through both the media and political leadership. In the Atlantic, Peter Thiel protege Mike Solana had, just 2 days before the assassination, warned of a Luigi left that had decided murdering the rich was fair game. The day after the murder, Solana retweeted the reactionary social media icon Bronze Age pervert who wrote, Charlie Kirk's killer was probably an Antifa transsexual, with anti-Zionist hysteria. The Wall Street Journal falsely faulted the killer for transgender and anti-fascist ideology. The Guardian.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there just to concentrate on these fools on the MAGA train literally made this stuff up out of whole cloth. Okay. And it's so funny because if you're anywhere near objective in your viewpoint, the chances of him being a leftist in Utah, that's a diminished probability right there. And the right has been trying to associate transsexuals with school shootings, these sorts of mass shooting events. And it's so just damn transparent. It's like subtlety is not a MAGA forte. And them trying, they are struggling to make this guy into something he obviously wasn't. He was literally brought up. Hell, his mother was a gun lover. Okay. He is by no means a man of the left. And you know what? This Groyper stuff, I've heard, little snippets about what Groyperism is. And if he was a Groyper, he's pretty twisted in and of himself. That's really all you need to know. And the other indicator is Nick Fuentes has been distancing himself from this Groyper stuff all of a sudden. I didn't realize Fuentes is only 25. He looks older, to be honest. But MAGA will try and fail. And which brings me to Dirty Dude's point right here. They have Rubio doped out following around like a puppy dog. I don't know, Dirty. I actually think of all of Trump's cabinet nominees, he's probably the smartest, and if not the smartest, the most savvy. You don't see Rubio making big splashes in the Oval Office like Hegseth does. You also don't see him in the news a lot. Rubio is actually fairly smart. Now you may not like him, and I'm not, his biggest fan, but he is the least rotten of the bunch in Trump's cabinet. And he has the good sense to just keep his nose to the grindstone and actually like do his job. And he's probably wisely out of the country most of the time. Okay, Deacon Dave, most of what you need to do, Deacon Dave, is do a little bit of research on Groypers. He is more likely to be on the right and the far right. Incels have this weird thing. If he had a trans lover, he's a man of the right. So what you need to do is do your research there, Deacon Dave. I've done mine, cursory as it might be. A win for me, Deacon Dave. You need to do better yourself. And good morning. So anyway, let us move on.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me sir, but whatever. Didn't the trans or whatever you call didn't the trans guy is not his roommate, not his lover?
Or who? You know what? The MAGA is making up all kinds of stuff, basically trying to make him not one of them. You know what? I don't really care about any of that. What happens behind closed doors and between the sheets, it's just generally icky, and I don't need to know about it. What I do know is a lot of these Groypers, these Nick Fuentes sort of followers, they are either voluntary incels or they're involuntary incels. And this incel culture that's buried deep in the pit of MAGA, these guys do some really their private lives are, if not outright sordid, they're definitely complicated. And Deacon Dave talking about the left and transsexual lovers and all that stuff, it's a cope. Deacon Dave knows the truth. He just likes to yank my chain. We all know that this dude was nowhere near a leftist. So Deacon Dave tries to win constantly, trying to troll. And he is literally, let's see, he's calling me, "You're confidently wrong." I don't make mistakes like this, son. I actually know what I'm talking about. I'm talking to Deacon Dave. So, next story, Trump to file a $15 billion defamation and libel lawsuit against the New York Times. Well, guess what's not going to be successful? This suit. President Donald Trump filed a $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, alleging intentional defamation as part of a long-term campaign against him. That would be called paranoia, sir. The lawsuit cites several articles and a book claiming the defendants acted with knowledge of the falsity of the statements or with reckless disregard for the truth. In a Truth Social post, Trump accused the New York Times of being a virtual mouthpiece for the radical left Democrat Party. Legal analysts assert that Trump's lawsuit faces significant challenges due to the high evidentiary standards required for public figures. In other ways, all he's trying to do is just, he's trying to do a Peter Thiel. He basically wants to mire the New York Times and, the kind of legal activity that will drain its pockets. Years ago, Peter Thiel basically bankrupted a magazine, an online magazine called Gawker. New York Times has deeper pockets. I don't think Trump, if it even makes it past the first round, it'll probably be thrown out. What's going on, Frost? How you doing? Yeah, and everybody make sure you hit the like button. I have a little poll or thing, just to prompt you to hit the like button on your way in. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe. And if you like, at least part of the show to be news, recommend it to your friends. Share this out. We are on the road to monetization, one subscriber at a time. And so far, we're at 208 subscribers. I actually have the 5,000 views. You have to have 500 subscribers and 5,000 views to be monetized. Well, surprise, surprise. I do have the 5,000 views. As a matter of fact, I got 1,000 views because I got the little alert that, hey, you're at 4,000. And then about a month later, a couple days ago, 5,000. So, lately, a lot more people have been viewing the channel. And I think part of that is the great rift with the very respectable anti-black John Galt, possibly the best thing that ever happened to the Stanley Cross channel, but that remains to be seen. Let's see, what else do we have here? In more Trump news, this is a local newscast or news station in Memphis, Tennessee. Recently, advocates urge Memphians to know their rights ahead of National Guard deployment. Yesterday, I showed that Oval Office press conference where Trump announced that, Trump, the Tennessee governor, and both of their senators were in the Oval Office announcing that Trump is, deploying the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee. And, Tennessee being, fairly red state, they greased the skids, they probably went to him and said, would you federalize the National Guard? And they went, with hat in hand and probably on their knees, because when you approach Trump's throne in the throne room, the Oval Office, you have to approach him with your eyes averted and on your knees. It's just, how these things tend to work. So, I've heard, I don't know this for sure. He tends.
It sounds like more in North Korea, not in the USA.
Well, he always removes his crown before, he gets in front of cameras. He wants to spring it on us when he's crowned. Emperor Maximus Trump the First of the United States. Believe me, as soon as that ballroom is built, it's actually not a ballroom; it's a throne room. So anyway,
No,
let's watch this.
I
I'm
have a
sorry.
question about Fuentes.
Okay.
Is he born in American, or is he was some kind of migrant or something?
No, he's born and raised here.
Okay, and I am according, if I'm mistaken, from his family name is he's Hispanic, no?
He might be European Spanish. You know, Hispanics tend to come from south of the border. But I mean, many people, especially in Mexico, have European roots. You know, Spain and France colonized Mexico at different times. So there's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people down there that actually have very European roots.
Yeah, and it's a little bit funny. He's racist towards me, and he has and his ancestors did a lot of horrible stuff to me. How lovely! He goes in the footsteps of his ancestors.
Oh, you mean the Spanish during
Yeah.
the Inquisition and stuff like that.
And then what came after that, if you know?
Well, are you talking about the Spanish Civil War?
No, I'm talking about the manhunt that you had after Sephardic Jews, after in the Spanish colonies. You literally.
Well, that's a complicated history because a lot of Sephardic Jews wound up in Africa, and a lot of them wound up over in the what became
in the Midrash,
I guess,
you mean?
a lot of them wound up in the New World. There were Jews on Columbus's first voyage, so it's kind of a mixed history. A lot of Jews did very well, some did not. But Sephardic Jews wound up in Africa, and a lot of them wound up getting rich in the gold trade and stuff like that. So it wasn't. I mean, I guess it sounds kind of callous to say it wasn't all bad. But
no, a lot of Sephardic Jews will be angry for hearing that. But
I'm sure they would. However, the fact remains that a lot of people who got expelled from Holland, Spain, Portugal, and England wound up in Africa and over into the New World, and at a minimum, they survived it and in some cases thrived.
First of all, people that were kicked out of England in the Middle Ages.
Okay, let me make it clear: we're not here to debate Sephardic Jewish history. I brought it up, and now I'm shutting it down. So let's get back to the United States. In Fuentes, I believe he. Okay, let me finish, sir. Fuentes, I believe, has more European Spanish roots. I don't know that he has. He might, but I think he comes by way of Spain. What was your other question, or was it just about his family? Because I don't think he considers himself Hispanic. I think he considers himself Spanish or European.
Okay. In that, I just want to point to your audience that when you say Africa, you need, let's say.
Okay, no, I don't need to do anything, sir. What you don't have is the expertise to critique my argument. I understand that you. I understand that you think yourself some sort of expert on American culture and American history, but I assure you, you are not.
I'm not talking about American culture.
I don't really care what you're talking about. I want to talk about President Trump on Fox News. Do you see the screen? That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this video. Do you have any comment on this video?
You didn't show it yet, but I just want to close.
Oh, I'm about to show it. If you are done, I'm ready to show it now.
Okay, I just want to close in one sentence that
Am I obligated to let you close in one sentence, or would it be by my leave that you do it? In Palomino, Ricky Z, excuse me 1 minute. If I bring up something, that doesn't mean we have to explore it deeply, you fool.
Okay, I want to close it then. I just want to close it. Just let me
What you want? No. How about ask permission? What you want really doesn't matter on this show. But go ahead and close, just so you feel better.
For God's sake. Look,
God's not going to help you. Go ahead and finish.
Look, when you said to your audience that Jews came were evicted from Spain to Africa, you are let's say.
Well, they were evicted from Portugal, Spain, Holland, and at some point England. Is that not true? Is that not true? Okay, no. I need you to answer my question. Am I wrong that they were evicted from Portugal, Spain, Holland, and England at various times throughout the 14th, 15th, and I think even into the 16th century? Where am I wrong? Where am I wrong, sir? Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was the 13th century. So where am I wrong again?
I'm trying to answer you, and you're cutting me off. You want me to answer you, or you want to ask me again?
I really don't want you to answer me. I want to move on to my video. But you insist. Go ahead and answer, sir. Go ahead and answer, sir.
I want to finish. Let me just say that when you
make it quick, sir.
I am making it quick. Let me finish. When you said Africa, I just want
Let me finish, please. Do they have a word for please in Israel?
In Hebrew?
Or have they banned manners during this current war?
Israelis don't have manners compared to Americans. In any case, I just want to explain to your audience that when you say
maybe I'll be the first to say it right now again.
Hold
We're
on,
going to Memphis.
stop this.
Memphis, Africa. That's all. Okay. Here, I finished.
I'm sorry. What? I didn't hear you.
I said I just want to explain to your audience that when you say the Spanish kick out Jews, then some of them left to Africa, you mean the Maghreb area in North Africa. Okay, that's all.
Is the Maghreb not in Africa? How was I wrong when I said they wound up in Africa? That's my question.
That's all.
The Maghreb is in Africa, and it also stretches over. Doesn't it also cover some of the Sinai Peninsula and all that? It's kind of broad, or is it just Africa? I can't remember now.
Bro, I just want to explain to your audience. Okay, that's all.
The Maghreb is in Africa, correct?
Yes, it's in North Africa.
Okay. So when I say a lot of Sephardics, and actually, well, a lot of Sephardic Jews wound up in Africa, where am I wrong?
You're not. I just want to be
good. Thank God. So please continue.
Let's continue. Yalla.
Go ahead and finish.
I finished. Here,
oh, cool. So the Maghreb, thank you. But it's also, some of the Maghreb extends into the Middle East, right?
No.
Okay, well, then I'm wrong on that part. For some reason, I thought like places like Lebanon, I thought that was considered part of the Maghreb, but it really doesn't matter.
That's the Levant.
Levant. Okay. All right. Yep. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All right. So this is Trump. And this is a little time late, but I think it's worth listening to anyway. And again, it was from yesterday. I didn't get to any of the news articles, so some of this is old stuff. Though let me collapse this. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and play this.
Maybe I'll be the first to say it right now again. We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled.
Oh, by the way, we're going to Memphis. Is a little snippet of a lyric also from a Paul Simon song called Graceland. I don't know if President Trump would even be aware of that. We're going to Memphis. We're going to Memphis. It's literally part of a Paul Simon song.
Tonight, community organizations in
cute.
Memphis are raising concerns after President Donald Trump announced his plans to deploy National Guard troops. Some advocates say the move could impact public safety and civil liberties. ABC 24's Shakina Davis explains what local groups are doing and what residents need to know about their rights. Shakina?
Yes, Leah, with National Guard troops coming to Memphis, local advocacy groups are calling on city leaders to define the scope of military involvement. Some community members are also taking steps to learn their rights ahead of deployment.
Now is more important than ever for communities to stand side by side.
The deployment of the National Guard to Memphis has sparked concern among local advocacy groups. They argue that such a move could have a negative impact on marginalized communities.
I want residents to understand their right, but also understand the authority that these soldiers are able to come into our space. It is a show. It's all about intimidation, and we cannot allow that to fragment us even further.
Organizations include MICA, the ACLU of Tennessee, and the Justice and Safety Alliance are urging city officials to set clear guidelines, including where troops could be stationed and what powers they would have when interacting with the public. Advocates note that violent crime, including homicides, has decreased significantly by nearly 30% over the past year and argue that community-led solutions should continue to be a priority.
So you can still record police or guards members in public. You can protest peacefully. You can not consent to searches without reasonable suspicion or probable cause. You can decline to answer questions. Those are all rights that you have regardless.
Some groups say the presence of military personnel could have a chilling effect, making residents feel less safe instead of more protected.
I know people in DC and also LA that have lived experiences around how this makes them feel intimidated, fearful.
The message from these groups: stay informed, know your rights, and document interactions if necessary.
Do not be afraid.
Memphis for All is organizing a series of Know Your Rights workshops, and Micah will host a community meeting on Sunday, September 14th. In the studio, I'm Shakina Davis. Leah?
The Florida.
She's wearing that bandage dress or whatever they call them. Band-aid dress. Vigoda, Palomino Ricky Z has a special message for you.
What?
He's saying, please don't judge any other Americans. Something about Stanley based on his super giant arrogant moron. Now see, Palomino is a horse who thinks he's human. So, you know, his English isn't that good. Frankly, your English is better, and his punctuation is atrocious. Don't understand why he can't understand that he's a horse, of course. I'm embarrassing him like he's my parent. Oh, poor pony. So anyway, let us move on. Actually, I kind of want to see what this.
You show now in the TV?
I'm sorry, what?
Who is this guy that you show in the TV?
Oh, I was about to say he looks wanton. So let's see what the hell. I have no idea who he is, but I think it has something to do with Florida, which he looks like a Floridian.
Florida Gators will be without star defensive lineman Caleb Banks for an extended period of time. Here's how they offset that absence.
Okay, it's some sports report. I'm uninterested. So, speaking of Florida, Florida says ban on openly carrying guns is invalid after court ruling. The state attorney general told law enforcement officers to stop enforcing the decades-old ban after a court last week ruled it unconstitutional. So open carry is, which is kind of weird. I mean, you actually open carry don't really have a problem with it. It's concealed carry that's a little bit more problematic. So, this is not earth-shattering news. But let's listen to a little bit of it.
Florida says ban on openly carrying guns is invalid after court ruling. This article is by Patricia Mazzei and read by an automated voice. Members of law enforcement in Florida should no longer arrest or prosecute people for openly carrying firearms in public places, the state attorney general, James Uthmeier, said on Monday, citing a state appeals court ruling last week that found a decades-old ban to be unconstitutional. Mr. Uthmeier's legal interpretation effectively allows open carry in Florida, which had been the last remaining Republican-led state to ban the practice. Open carry is the law of the state, Mr. Uthmeier, a Republican, wrote on X on Monday. He attached a copy of the guidance memorandum that he had sent to sheriffs, police chiefs, and state attorneys about the ruling, which was issued last Wednesday. A 3-judge panel of the 1st District Court of Appeal in Tallahassee found that the state's open carry ban, in effect since 1987, violated the Second Amendment right to bear arms. Florida had been one of 4 states, along with California, Connecticut, and Illinois, to still ban open carry in nearly all circumstances. Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, and some Republican state legislators tried to do away with the ban for years, but faced opposition from other members of their party in the state legislature, who cited concerns from sheriffs and police chiefs. In recent weeks, as Mr. DeSantis laid out his legislative priorities for the annual session that begins in January, he again clamored for lawmakers to allow open carry. This decision aligns state policy with my long-held position and with the vast majority of states throughout the union, Mr. DeSantis wrote on X after last week's ruling. Ultimately, the court correctly ruled that the text of the Second Amendment, to keep and bear arms, says what it means and means what it says. The ruling stemmed from a 2022 case in which a man looking to challenge the ban live-streamed himself carrying a visible holstered pistol and a copy of the U.S. Constitution at an intersection in downtown Pensacola. The Florida Supreme Court upheld the open carry ban in 2017, but the appeals panel said last week that a more recent ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court in 2022, striking down a New York law limiting guns in public, had invalidated it. No historical tradition supports Florida's open carry ban, Judge Stephanie W. Ray wrote in the opinion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it there. You know what? This is not earth-shattering news. So Vigoda has responded to you, Palomino, Ricky Z. I want to add a new feature of the Stanley versus the World program, I guess. We do politics, culture, current events, just general talk. And now that Vigoda has responded to Palomino Ricky Z, I am proud to announce that matchmaking is now part of the service I offer here. So you guys y'all exchange emails and my work is my work is done here.
Okay, tell it to Milo. Tell me, what about Milo? You have Milo also, so it's not
Milo Yiannopoulos. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Not that Milo. Milo the dog. You get the joke?
No. Was it a movie? Was he
put on the mask? Get it now?
No. Milo is it a movie or what?
It's a dog. It's a dog from the cartoon from the 90s that had a owner named Stanley.
Okay, well let me warn you now. I'm 60, so back in the 90s, I was in my 20s, and I didn't watch cartoons a lot. I was also in the Navy, so I didn't really watch a lot of TV. Definitely not, like Saturday morning cartoons or anything like that. So nope, don't get the reference.
also been to the army, by the way. Of course, I can't tell
Well,
you
good.
here where I've been, but still.
So the next story here, U.S. military again targeted a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, Trump says. So we're 2 for 2. This is troubling. And again, not much people can really do about it. There are people who are probably like, oh, great. This is a problem because what Trump doesn't understand is other countries have missiles and militaries too. So you got to be careful with this sort of stuff. So President Trump said the U.S. military on Monday again targeted a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, killing 3 aboard the vessel, and hinted that the military targeting of cartels could be further expanded. Now, I'm interested that, this is happening, I guess, in the open sea or maybe even in international waters. I'm wondering what expanded means because, he has tried to, convince the Mexican president. It'll take me a minute to remember her name, Claudia something or another. You remember, the Mexican president's current president is Jewish, right?
She has some Jewish roots, but she is not Jewish.
Oh, really? I thought she was practicing. She's not?
No, genetically she has some Jewish.
Okay, there is no such thing as a genetic Jew.
Yes, there is. Yes,
No, there's not. There is literally not a Jew gene. There is not a Jewish gene, sir.
There is genes.
There is literally not a Jewish gene, sir. It is not genetic.
There is the connection to
there is a connection to genetics, but that doesn't make it genetic. Now you're talking to someone who has had a lot of biology and a couple genetics classes, etc. Now, granted, these were 30 years ago, cell biology, all that sort of stuff. Bottom line is being Jewish is not genetic.
Tell me something. If the genetics shows that I have percentages from the Middle East,
okay, that is literally not Jewish. Jewish people in the Middle East may have a lot of common genetic traits, but the traits can be found in other populations. And I'll give you a good example. The sickle cell anemia is basically a genetic disease, but it's not strictly black. It can be found in the Mediterranean, other populations that are equatorial. So saying sickle cell anemia is a black disease is just as wrong as saying there is a Jewish gene. There are traits, there are trends, but there is not a Jewish gene. And I don't really understand why people talk about shit they actually don't know. You're going to tell me, you're literally going to tell me, someone who has a degree, well, it's in chemistry, but I've had probably enough biology to basically say it's biochemistry. There is no Jewish gene. There are traits. And if you know anything about Sephardic versus Ashkenazi, I'm sorry, son, there is no Jewish gene. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. I am really surprised at your limitations and your confidence in being wrong.
Listen. If we have
I will not listen, sir. The thing is, I think a lot of people think that civil debate, like, I'm not the sort of person who lets a person that I know is wrong on the science have a floor. Dude, you're not going to, if I know you're wrong, then why would I let you speak? This is not even a debate. This is someone who knows what he's talking about, talking to someone who obviously doesn't. It's not a debate.
You know what I'm asking you? If I have some DNA, a lot of DNA from the modern day Levant, in the Middle
Listen
East,
to what
what do you call that?
listen to what you're saying. Levant
What do you call it?
there's no Levant DNA. There are admixtures. There are,
Populations from the Levant.
dude, there is no Jewish gene. Being Jewish is not genetic.
Yes, it is.
It is not. And you know what? Let's go ahead and table it here. I am willing to let you be ignorant if you won't listen to reason. So
Okay,
anyway,
you know what? Let's say it like this.
I'm
If I have-
continuing on. I will not debate something that I know is incorrect.
Let me ask you
So
something.
anyway,
If I have DNA with populations from the Middle East, what do you call that? Middle East
I
origin?
call it genetic populations from the Middle East.
But in the end of the day, that shows that I'm originally from the Middle East. No?
You have heritage, or shoot, you can have those genes and be born in the United States. So
Yes, but it
you
shows
can
that my
have
ancestors are from the Middle East, no?
you can have the traits and the admixtures or what have you, and not be from the Middle East, correct?
What?
Is that correct?
Repeat yourself again.
You can have the traits, the genes, the whatever, the chromosomes, and not be from the Middle East too, correct?
Of course, if you're talking about
If you are
majority,
born
yes.
in the United States or somewhere other than the Middle East, say your parents or grandparents were born in the Middle East, that does not make you born in the Middle East. You have the heritage.
So
Okay, so this bullshit about genes meaning you're from somewhere, that can be misleading. That's my
okay, you
point.
can call it what you
There
want.
is
In
no
the end of
such,
the day,
no,
there
am
is
I right or
evidence
am
that
I
it was
wrong?
originally from the Middle East.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Listen, you can call it
No,
whatever
I
you
will
want.
not
In the end of the
listen.
day,
You need to answer my question.
what?
You can have the genetics and not be from where the genetics are prevalent. If your
Yes, so
grandparents are from the Middle East, but they immigrated and you were born in the United States, you have some traits, you have some heritage, but it does not mean you're from the Middle East. It means maybe your grandparents were, maybe your great
it means that I
grandparents
have
were.
roots in the Middle East.
Bottom line, and this is what I suspect, your command of English isn't good enough to be debating these points.
Yes, it is. Of course, you are talking about
don't think your
sensitive
I don't
subject.
think your command of English is equal to mine.
I disagree. I have enough
Well,
English.
you can disagree. Hey, you're disagreeing with an accent, and I'll leave it there. So anyway, speaking to reporters in the Oval Office. So basically, Trump has taken out another quote drug boat coming from Venezuela, and he's seeking to expand the powers. And I understand a lot of this is just shock and awe, but again, it's a short-term solution to a long-term problem. And American presidents and American history is full of people who think short-term and never think of end games. So on a positive note, Trump shifts millions in funds to HBCUs, tribal schools amid deep education cuts. So see, even Trump can do something, beneficial. Now, people like Palomino Ricky Monkey will basically say that, see, Trump's not racist. He gave some money to HBCUs. Well, Palomino Ricky Monkey, you can still be a racist and benefit black people. Look at John Galt. He thinks he's benefiting black people by being their landlord. So let's see here. I'll read a little bit of it. The Trump administration says it will reallocate nearly $500 million, $500 million, in additional funding to historically black colleges and universities and tribal campuses. Let's see. As it slashes grant programs for other minority students. The Department of Education announced plans September 15 as part of its effort to redirect money towards President Donald Trump's chief priorities. The department also plans to award $500 million in grants to charter schools and will invest more than $160 million in American history and civics education programs. You know what? That reminds me. There was, let me check my Slack right quick. There was actually a video I meant to show along with this. There was a YouTube video that I came across talking about the limits of what the education system, the education department even had as far as local schooling. The education department, it has policies, but it's not as powerful as people in the MAGA, the radical MAGA universe would have you believe. But I don't have it handy, and I can't think of the name of the video, so we'll just skip over it. And then lastly, in tribute to EAE, this is a science article. Earth's new quasi moon has likely hidden in plain sight for decades. Now, this is not like a actual moon. And to be honest, I'm not even sure why this is such a big deal. It's not orbiting the Earth. A shy space rock is making its lunar debut. Astronomers believe they've discovered another so-called quasi-moon of the Earth, though it's likely been circling undetected in near space for decades. Dubbed 2025 PN7, this mini-moon is actually an asteroid which, unlike our full-fledged moon, orbits the sun alongside the Earth. So it's on a parallel course, at least for now. The discovery of 2025 PN7 was described in a new study published in the journal Research Notes of the American Astronomical Society on September 2nd. According to the report, 2025 PN7 is just 62 feet wide and bright enough to spot only through a high-quality telescope. So why they're making a big deal out of a 62-foot-long rock is beyond me. So it was discovered at the telescope up on in Haleakala. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. In Hawaii. So this is the quality of science news from the New York Post. However, I did get it from X. So this is my first news story that was gleaned from X. So congratulations to me, a fledgling X user. But I'm not following Elon Musk under any circumstances. Let's see what Palomino, my amusing little pet, has to say. Stanley, you sound like a Muppet. I'm no more a monkey than you. No, you're a bigger monkey. You're not even human. Apparently, horses don't like to be called monkeys. All right, folks. Well, I didn't do anything because there was nothing. Excuse me. There was nothing interesting that Professor Black Truth said last week, but this week he's back with a vengeance, and this is called Candace Owens Fights to Succeed Charlie Kirk. Oh boy, that she I don't know if folks here were big fans of the Highlander movies and the TV series, where they would always be talking about make sure you protect your neck. Apparently, Candace Owens, didn't watch that series. She needs to protect her neck. Why would she want to be the next Charlie Kirk? He has a wife who plans on succeeding him, whatever the word is, succeed. So here we go. Professor Black Truth, everyone.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Whenever there's a human corpse, you can always bet that there's going to be plenty of flies buzzing about, and the death of Charlie Kirk has been no different. There seems to be an informal contest among the white right, which includes their black bootlicks, to try to see which one of them can position themselves correctly after he got killed. For them, this isn't some time for reflection. It's a time to see who can set themselves up to benefit from this. As Charlie Kirk himself said, it's 100% necessary to politicize killings. And let's not kid ourselves, when it comes to the beneficiaries of white privilege, there's no honor among thieves. It's every racist for himself, ultimately. So you have all these people who are suddenly tripping over their shoelaces to see who can heap the most insincere and undeserved praise on this guy. They've given him more gushing affection in the last 3 days than they did in the last 3 years. And that praise has become more and more ridiculous and over the top. Can you believe that there were actually individuals who were saying that this guy, we think that he could have gone into politics? No, he couldn't. Oh, he could have become president. That wasn't going to happen. I know that after Donald Trump got elected, every two-bit politician in America, especially the ones on the right who have the most brass and the least brains, think that they can become president too, because after all, if a grotesque walking Cheeto can do it, then anybody can, right? But the reality is Donald Trump is a unique American political anomaly. He's a one-off. Charlie Kirk doesn't have presidential timber any more than Bill O'Reilly does. In fact, about the most that Charlie Kirk could probably get would be on some city council in some red state sewer somewhere. If he had thrown his Burger King crown in the ring, he would have wound up being humiliated because he has far more in common with the likes of Ron DeSantis than he does Donald Trump. There's a reason why all of these right-wing blowhards that you see on the internet or on TV don't go into politics. About the closest to it that there's been has been Steve Bannon. He's been smart enough to stick to his podcast and the occasional interview and speaking engagement where he goes and tries to rile up the white right at home and abroad. In these pathetic and desperate attempts that the white right's been making to try to make Charlie Kirk seem like he was important somehow, all they've actually done is to show how little substance the white right has. Look at who they compare him to. They compare him to the likes of MLK and JFK. Why not compare him to, say, Ronald Reagan? Or Barry Goldwater, a ranting racist who opposed the Civil Rights Act and hates anything having to do with black people? Yeah, that definitely describes Barry Goldwater and Charlie Kirk. See, Charlie Kirk was just an online racist. He put together a network of other like-minded bigots, but all of it was astroturf. He wasn't some transformational anything. He was an invention of white dark money. He was their puppet. The same way that Bill O'Reilly became a thing because people like Rupert Murdoch put the battery in his back. And as soon as he got deposed, in comes Tucker Carlson. And when Tucker Carlson got sent packing, here's Jesse Waters. The same thing goes for Charlie Kirk. He's a replaceable tool. And I'm sure that decent people are hoping that this is going to be the beginning of the end of that putrid operation that he was running. Just keep in mind, what we see now is an attempt by his former backers to maintain the political operation that he was the front racist for, and to see if they can get a new flunky to lead the brain-dead morons who were dumb enough to follow that guy. After all, a group of fools that large will be hard to find. And speaking of fools, that brings us to Candace Owens. She's been doing the most for the last few days to basically try to make herself out to be the bootlick of bootlicks for old Massa Charlie. See what I did there? Personally, I'm surprised that Candace Owens hasn't popped up somewhere and shoved Charlie Kirk's widow aside so that she can throw herself over the casket. She wants to try to inherit his following. That's what she's trying to do. And she wants to try to go ahead and use Charlie Kirk's memory, such as it is, for her own benefit. And she's not alone. There's been a lot of individuals the last few days who have been trying to position themselves the same way for the exact same reason, including people like Benjamin Netanyahu, who, from reports, Charlie Kirk was basically not that warm towards at the end of his life. But it bears mentioning that Massa Charlie didn't think highly of black women at all, and that includes Candace Owens. So how perversely ironic that Candace Owens is sitting here trying to make herself out to seem as if Charlie Kirk was okay in her book, when the reality is he had contempt for her just like he had contempt for every other black person, while she's busy trying to remind people of what Charlie Kirk's detractors were saying about him prior to his death. She ought to look at what Charlie Kirk was saying about black people when he was alive. The only way that you can lionize and praise someone like him is to completely and thoroughly overlook the mountain of nonstop racism and violence and bigotry that he was spewing since he came on the scene. And when you consider the big money in the shadows that was funding Charlie Kirk, you also understand why there's been these wealthy sports franchise owners who couldn't wait to force the public to endure tributes to this guy. Charlie Kirk's entire job was to deliver the kind of openly racist nonsense that these rich white moguls can't. He did their dirty work. You see, in order for these rich white men in the NFL and Major League Baseball and elsewhere to get their money, they got to have black people who are actually going to be working to make them that money. Charlie Kirk didn't have that vulnerability. And that's the kind of thing that made these guys envious. They're looking and going, well, we're going to support him every other way that we can. And you know what? This is good in that a lot of these racist and bigots and these anti-black pukes, they're feeling emboldened to go on the record. This is something that they weren't doing even during the BLM protest, even during the Take a Knee protest, even during Donald Trump's rise to power. But now what's happening is with Trump's second term, these people are starting to feel like, well, hell, we might as well go ahead and let it all hang out. Let people know what we think. This may be the last chance we ever get to do so. And this is good because we can see these scumbags. Everyone's being forced or otherwise compelled to go on the record. That's something that wouldn't have happened if Kamala Harris had become president. If you're going to crush white supremacy, you're going to need to know who it is you need to crush. The only way the likes of Candace Owens can pretend to praise someone like Charlie Kirk is to just wholesale ignore everything that he said. And that's a lot. When she got called out for the fact that Charlie Kirk said that black women are intellectually inferior to white men, she couldn't even defend the guy, and she didn't even try. She was more willing to take on Bill Ackman, a billionaire oligarch, than she was people online who were reminding her what Charlie Kirk had said about black women. But then again, Candace Owens doesn't consider herself black. She considers herself to be, well, something else. The entire reason that that woman is so absurdly masculine and aggressive is because that's who she wants to be. She wants to be one of the wealthy white men who she's had to depend on for every crumb of her daily bread and who she's worked most of her adult life to try to impress. That's the reason why she acts like she does and talks the way that she does. It's so manly because that's who and what she wants to be. And then you look at the fact that this woman can't even stick up for herself when it matters. This is the cost of being a bootlick. This is why they have no credibility, and it's the price you have to pay to get on white power's payroll. You've got to abandon all self-respect, which in Owens' case isn't much of a problem because she never had any to begin with. What we're seeing from the white right is their predictable and feculent attempts to basically jockey for position by disqualifying everybody else. See, this is something that's very, very common in Europe back when they had more monarchies. One of the things that would routinely happen, especially after the king or queen would die, is that the members of the royal family, they would try to bastardize each other. They would try to find a way to disqualify each other from being in the line of succession. This happened a hell of a lot over there, and if you weren't able to necessarily disqualify somebody from being in line for the crown, then you could always kill them. That way you definitely didn't have to worry about them later. But this is what we're seeing from the white right and even their black minions going on right now. They're basically all saying, no, Charlie Kirk, I loved him more than you did, or Charlie Kirk liked me more than he liked you. That's what you're seeing right now. They're sitting there pointing fingers at each other and saying, oh, don't try to act as if you were one of his buddies. He couldn't even stand you. That's what's going on. And the reason that they're doing it is they're auditioning for a job. And what's the job? Heir apparent to the audience and the money that Charlie Kirk was getting for his little organization. That's what they're hoping to do. That's what they're all trying to do. As far as they're concerned, there's an enormous windfall of money and power that they could possibly snatch up for grabs if they can position themselves correctly. But because there's so many other people on the white right who have the exact same idea, because mediocre minds think alike, They're all out here trying to basically disqualify each other and say you were a nothing and a nobody. He didn't even like you, etc., etc. It reminds me of a weird little movie. I think it was supposed to be a satire that I saw some clips of on YouTube called The Death of Stalin. And that's definitely the right comparison to be made here. Now, according to the people who made that movie, there were a number of scenes in it, and then we're going to have the money and the power, and we're going to be screwing people over just like he did. That's what all of this totally phony adulation that these white right wing nuts and their Negro bootlicks are doing, that's what it reminds me of. It's all theater, it's all phony, and if they were totally honest, they'd all admit that they were just glad that this guy got killed because now it gives them a chance, they think, to climb the political ladder for themselves over his dead body. Well, it just goes to show the times may change, but the corrupt and the vicious don't. The lessons that people better take away from all this is that this is what happens when you normalize the practice of being deliberately callous and making people's deaths into nothing more than opportunities to politicize it for personal profit. When you spend all of your time and energy making it normal to dehumanize people, sooner or later that's going to come back to you. Charlie Kirk himself bragged about how the death of that Ukrainian woman was nothing more than a chance to get some political support for the white right's own unpopular and asinine policies. You see, had that white woman been black, Charlie Kirk would never have talked about her because they didn't care. And now he is slowly falling prey to the exact same fate. The same.
Yep, I'll stop it there. This is actually one of his better, at least in recent memory. He's spot on. And by the way, Palomino Ricky Ponyboy, it's an opinion piece. You don't need facts when you give your opinion. People like you know this. Vagoda, do you know who Candace Owens is?
I was not listening to the video.
Oh, you're not. Well, do you know who Candace Owens is?
Yes, she's some woman, right-wing woman that said some racist stuff, and now people, Ben Shapiro and other people are pissed off at her or something.
Yeah, I don't think she's, she's going to remain who she is. I think Charlie Kirk's wife can fail all on her own. So let's see here. Looks like you got some. So let's see here. I've muted you until you can figure out your feedback problem. Looks like you've got.
Where is the problem now?
It's still a little bit of feedback.
Okay, I will take care of it. But in any case, from what I
no, I took care of it by muting. It doesn't happen when I mute you.
It's now happening.
Not as bad. She's a hottie.
It's happening.
Yes.
How?
Oh, look at this. Palomino Ricky Z says it's like an old tabloid for dumb blacks.
Hey,
you know what?
Especially for
I don't know what it is. Anyway, Palomino Ricky Z, I actually think you would be a suitable substitute for Charlie Kirk with this comment here. It's like an old tabloid for dumb blacks. Wow. All right. Well, let's see. What else is here? He didn't say anything factual. That's because it is his opinion, Ponyboy. I'm just asking questions, Owens. Yeah, that would be the long and short of it. So let's play this. This just popped up. Oh, by the way, I just got a news pop up. It seems Robert Redford has died at 89. So literally just popped up a couple minutes ago in my news feed. My non-X news feed, by the way. I have to figure out how to use X effectively, but that's a future project. So this is Chad O. Jackson, Deacon Dave's boy, and he says why Charlie Kirk and MLK are not the same. I definitely want to hear this.
So
Let's see here. Let me Deacon Dave, you still in the chat? This is your boy. I'm definitely interested.
So it goes without saying that Charlie Kirk was our generation's most prominent voice when it comes to this kind of cultural renaissance back to biblical values, back to traditional values. The fact that this man was traversing the country, going into college campuses, directly into the pit of these indoctrination mills, and shining the light of Christ's truth and common sense was something to behold. The fact that he was quick-witted, the fact that he obviously
Charlie
showed
Kirk was
respect and love
quick-witted?
for those who
Oh
he was
my
talking to. And yeah,
God.
he would take jabs every now and then, but you knew it was coming from a place of darkness, but rather a desire for people to know the truth. One of the things I liked about Charlie in particular is the fact that even though he was very enveloped in a world
Chad
of
was on a
politics, he made it
a
clear to
first
those who
name
listened to
basis.
him
Chad and
that it's not a
Charlie.
politician who's
Chad
going to
and
save you.
Charlie. Charlie
It's
and
not an
Chad.
election that's going to save the world. The only thing that will save the world is the word of God, the blood of Christ. Charlie made this known, and it's the thing that I respected most about him. I personally didn't know Charlie. I met him twice at a couple of events, but I
Did you
wasn't
kiss
personal
his
friends with
hand?
him. And sure, we may have disagreed on some things as far as the public space is concerned, the public square, but there's no denying that Charlie Kirk was a staple when it comes to powerful voices in our generation. Since the untimely death of Charlie Kirk, a number of you have sent me memes that are comparing Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King. I think it's right to compare them, but not for the reasons that these memes are
It's
insinuating.
right?
Because what these memes are
Oh my
insinuating
Lord. You mean
is
as in
that
correct?
King was a good person, Charlie Kirk was a good person, and the two of them were assassinated because of words, because they stood for something good, and enemies of progress don't like that. And so this
Salute,
is
Black
for that
Knight.
reason that they saw it fit to pick up a gun and shoot them. I'll get to why it's a good comparison, but not for the reasons the people who are making the.
You know, by the way, just a quick side note, people like him think that guns, dude, there were rifles, not guns. My Lord, these people.
These memes think in a moment. But first, I want to talk about another comparison I'm saying, which is people comparing Charlie Kirk and his assassination to the death of George Floyd. Uh, First of all, I think that's a very weird comparison. George Floyd was a drug addict, a career criminal, and he's someone who was relatively unknown by the general public. And the only reason we know his name is because of the video that went viral where Derek Chauvin has the knee near his neck. We later found out that it wasn't Derek Chauvin who killed George Floyd, but it was, of course, an overdose on fentanyl. Of course, the media didn't cover it in that way. They made Derek Chauvin out to be a huge white supremacist. They used the story of George Floyd to validate what they've been saying all along, which is there's a problem with police brutality and nobody gets it worse than black men, which is news to me as someone who is a black man, but that's neither here nor there. You try to compare someone like that to Charlie Kirk, who has spent his career speaking positivity, encouraging men to follow Christ, basically calling out the nonsense that has emerged in our culture by way of the universities, by way of the entertainment industry, so on and so forth. Charlie Kirk was world renowned. And so naturally, those who listen to him are not going to be compelled to take to the streets and burn down buildings in the same way that a story about a career criminal that's spun to make him out to be a victim of police brutality.
Yeah, Chad is a dumb fuck. Okay, there are huge differences. You know, white on white, right on right, MAGA on MAGA. Very different than Chauvin and Floyd. So he's right to point out the difference, but the difference is something totally different than apparently he's capable of realizing. And by the way, speaking of guns, guns are like howitzers, these big caliber guns, shooting shells the size of Volkswagens. There are rifles, there are pistols, and there are guns. And gun is more a euphemism. So at least that's the way I learned it in the Navy and the military. And anybody who's ever served in the military will know the difference. So guns is something civilians call pistols and rifles. Guns are more like cannons, basically. Was Chad adopted by an ultra-right white family? You know what? I don't know his background. Deacon Dave does. Deacon Dave, Chad O. Jackson is Deacon Dave's Charlie Kirk.
Quality will incite. But back to this comparison to Charlie Kirk and King. So to put King and Kirk on the same footing is an erroneous thing to do, simply because while Kirk actually lived out the values that he talked about publicly, Dr. King did not. We know that Dr. King was not faithful to his wife. We know that he was involved in orgies, that he liked to sleep with prostitutes, and that according to his best friend, Ralph Abernathy, he even beat up a few women. I've never heard any such stories of Charlie Kirk doing that. Another difference that we know definitively is that while Charlie Kirk,
well, that's because
of
the reason is women beat up Charlie Kirk, not the other way around.
The Christian faith, he believed in the virgin.
The one that was good.
That Jesus resurrected from the dead. He believed.
I'm sorry, what? You're a bit garbled.
I said Charlie Kirk was the one that they say was gay, no? Isn't he?
You know what? I never heard that. He was married to a woman and has 2 kids, so at least we know the equipment worked. I don't know about his orientation, and at this point, it really doesn't matter.
I am talking about Martin Luther King. One of the people that were close to him was gay or something.
Oh, no, I never heard that about Martin Luther King either.
Or something like this.
So in Israel, they think MLK, Martin Luther King, was gay?
No. Why the hell do you say that? No. What makes
well,
you
think hey, hold on. Let me explain why. You're in Israel and you are talking about rumors that Martin Luther King was gay. I just wanted to know if were they teaching that in like high school in Israel or what?
No. From what I'm saying right now, it's from what I heard in if I'm not mistaken, I saw it somewhere in the History Channel. Yeah.
So the History Channel is saying he was gay? Oh my Lord!
What?
You look at that from the History Channel?
Yeah. Something
Wow.
that's trying to blackmail him for being gay or something. Because one of the people that was close to him was a gay or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's Bayard Rustin. I mean, Martin Luther King. I've never heard that story. Bayard Rustin, yeah, he definitely was. That's in the history books. So anyway, Palomino Ricky Z was physically attracted to Charlie Kirk, knows his exact height. I doubt girls beat him up at all. Yeah, okay. Palomino, maybe you should hit the link and tell us what you know about Charlie Kirk. Do you know his height? Do you know his girth?
Also, I put something special for you. Stanley.
Hold on. Your feedback is rather bad. You think it's bass? Let me. You know what? Let's. I don't. I'm looking at your mic settings on my side, and they're grayed out. See if you can disable like the what is it? The feedback of what is it? The background noise. There's a setting that will basically let you either block out background noise or maybe you don't need to. But I can't do anything with your audio settings on my side. So anyway, we'll get back.
In any case, I just want to say that I put something specially for you in the comments.
I don't see it.
In the you know, for everybody in the chat.
Still don't see it in the chat. Obviously, YouTube has like firewall, like a firewall for certain types of comments, and so does StreamYard for that matter. So whatever you typed was so bad, was so bad that wait, hold it. Let's see here. I just saw something here. Probably one of the moderators took care of it. I don't see your comment. So type it again if you want. Let's see. Alabama says I don't know his girth. The website didn't say his girth, so you actually went to his website to find out. Is that what that is, Pony Boy? I don't think Pony Boy saw that Charlie Kirk was 6'5", so he was thinking, "Hey, I'm a horse. Maybe Charlie Kirk is built like a horse. Let me go check it out." No, okay, I got you. I got you there, Palomino. It's a good joke. I like it. Not bad. So let's get back to the Black Charlie Kirk.
Believed in the literal existence of heaven and hell. Dr. King didn't believe in any of those things according to his very own writings. We also know that there was a philosophical difference between the two men when it comes to Marxism. Now, while it is true that both men denounced Marxism in public, unlike King, Charlie never advocated for a redistribution of wealth. He never advocated for social justice. These are things that King did advocate for.
Okay, I'm going to have to disagree there. If you are asking for donations, if you are asking for contributions, if you are asking for dark money, that is by definition a redistribution of wealth. You know, anytime you buy something, anything, any money transaction is a distribution of wealth. Once again, Chad O. Jackson, is about as smart as Charlie Kirk, at least, you know, in these casual, misunderstood concepts about what distribution of wealth is. Capitalism is literally built on distributing wealth, redistribution of wealth. There would be no markets. A market is literally redistributionary. Fool. So go ahead, Black Charlie.
King wanted
And I'm wondering if Chad isn't a nickname for Charles. I bet Chad is going to change his name to Charles or Charlie.
to be a radical redistribution of wealth, he called it. He wanted for there to be a universal income, and he was a self-admitted advocate for so-called social justice, which is rooted in Marxism. And so it's safe to say that when Kirk denounced Marxism,
social justice is rooted in Marxism?
Whereas when King denounced Marxism, he was being a deceptive liar. And then finally, when King was assassinated in 1968, there were a flurry of riots that took place across the country. Whereas it's now been a few days since Kirk's assassination.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to dude, they don't have to riot because Trump and Stephen Miller are literally talking about, basically a war on the left. Motherfucker, you are so fucking, dude. You need to. I'm sorry, what?
If you are doing,
You are literally unintelligible with all the feedback.
What?
You are literally unintelligible with all the feedback from your phone or computer, microphone, whatever. It's really bad.
I don't know what feedback you're talking about.
Okay, you don't hear it on your side. You hear this.
I heard that you are very muted. That's what.
The problem is on your side. Maybe, you know what? How about leave the chat? I'm sorry, leave the panel and come back. Maybe that'll solve the problem.
We'll come back.
Okay. If I'll let you back. So let's see. His analysis. Yeah, that's pretty much his analysis. But this is Deacon, Deacon Dave. This guy is a big Deacon Dave respects Chado Jackson, respects him deeply. Who knows how deeply and from which side, front or back. But I expect nothing better from Deacon Dave's heroes. MLK bad, Charlie Kirk good. He will advocate, and he hasn't yet, but I'm predicting that Chado Jackson will actually want and advocate for Charlie Kirk's birthday to be a national holiday. I guarantee you Trump's going to do it.
And we haven't seen any riots at all. This is a testament to the truth and conviction behind the words that Charlie Kirk spoke compared to the sophistry behind the words that Martin Luther King spoke. I would add that although Charlie Kirk and Dr. King were both heavily involved in the political realm, their approach to politics was also strikingly different. There was a jarring difference between the two men when it came to their brand of politics. As I said earlier, Charlie Kirk did not advocate for politics as top priority when it came to what it will take to change communities. He advocated for people to get right with Christ, to repent and turn to Christ, for men to step up and be men, for women to be virtuous women of honor. He advocated for politics insofar that he believed in a small government, insofar that he believed that the government has.
Well, if Charlie Kirk advocated for a small government, MAGA is not small government. They want to control the size of the government by firing people from jobs. No, MAGA is not small government. And populist movements tend not to be small government either.
On a month, and we must begin to, in a sense, roll back a lot of that overgrowth in order that we might get back to the true edicts of the Constitution, whereas King believed that we should expand the role of government.
And it still remains, Kelvin. The fear still remains.
A fixture when it comes to things like housing, when it comes to things like jobs and wealth redistribution. Again, King was a socialist, so it would make sense that he would want government to be heavily involved in those matters. The so-called ministers who have taken up the baton after King's passing are apostates. They are race hustlers and opportunists.
Wow.
They thrive on race division and conflict. They anger their own people and keep them bitter and poor while they enrich themselves and fill their own pockets. Meanwhile, I see videos right now of young men in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death saying, I've never been to church before, but I feel inclined now to go to church because that's the kind of thing that Charlie Kirk talked about. I feel inclined to be a better husband, to be a better man, to be a better friend, because that's the kind of person that Charlie Kirk was.
See, this is literally something that I hear in the anti-black spaces about single motherhood. Like, you have to look to Charlie Kirk to figure out how to be a better husband. That's how warped we have gotten, and I mean across the spectrum, political spectrum, cultural spectrum, whatever. We have to look to Charlie Kirk to know how to be a decent human being. All is lost, folks.
This is a testament to
What's
fruit.
up, Lou?
We know that Charlie Kirk was a producer of good fruit, while Dr. King was a producer of bad fruit.
Oh,
All
let
of
me
these fruits
stop
that
it
are
right
named
here.
after
Charlie Kirk was a producer of good fruit. This motherfucker is so inarticulate. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk produced good fruit. Hey, Deacon Dave, you picked the oddest heroes.
MLK are pretty much desolate tragedies, and that's the truth. Now, none of this is to make light of
Oh,
Dr.
this
King's
dude
death.
isn't
Anytime
brainwashed.
somebody takes a
He was
bullet to the
never
head or
this
neck,
motherfucker.
it's a tragedy. And my hope for King was
Charlie
that
Kirk
he
produced
repented,
good fruit.
that he turned to Christ. But we
What's
know
up,
that the
Ignorant?
night before he was assassinated, he slept with 2 women and beat up another woman. And so it's hard to say whether he truly did repent or not, while Charlie Kirk took a bullet to the neck while educating college students on what is real versus what is false. This isn't to get you to hate Dr. King or to hate anyone for that matter. The Bible says that we should love everyone, including those who are our so-called enemy. But for those of you who are comparing King and Kirk as though both men are on equal footing when it comes to having done something positive for the world,
This motherfucker is comparing Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King. Wow. Deacon Dave, you got some splaining to do, motherfucker.
you're just flat out wrong. Charlie Kirk himself did an expose on who King really was in January of 2024 that I highly recommend you check out. But anyway,
No, it's
that's
not
my response
artificial
to the
intelligence,
whole
Ignorant.
Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King comparison, and I hope it's been of some value to you. Until next time.
Look at him wiping a tear. This motherfucker is wiping tears for Charlie. Deacon Dave, I need you to hit the link and explain why your hero is crying for Charlie. Tears for Mr. Charlie. So let's test out your audio there, Vigoda. Let's see if it's better. You know what, Ignat? I honestly believe he's more likely married to a white man, Charlie Kirk. So let's see. Vigoda has requested we watch this. And I
First, I did it. I brought it just for you if you want to watch it later about what you said about DNA.
Okay, no, I'm not wrong. And I don't I don't learn my biology from YouTube videos.
Just watch.
I literally did college for this sort of stuff. I'm not doubting.
Okay, I also did university.
A
Relax.
YouTube video. Yeah, okay. I'll definitely watch it. Let's see.
Yeah, what's relevant here is from 6:45 to 7:16.
MLK's daughter had this. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said what is relevant in the video for what we talked about in the DNA is from 6:45 towards 7:16.
Okay, so you're talking millennia ago?
No, I'm talking about the video. In the video.
The timestamp. Okay, yeah, I'll watch the whole thing. It looks interesting.
Yeah.
So, Pre-Zone Lou, I knew the comparison was going to be made. It doesn't surprise me that a lot of people are making the comparison. What surprises me is a black man like Chado Jackson is making the comparison. I know MAGA, Professor Black Truth calls it the white right is going to make that comparison. Look, the white right has been looking for a martyr for decades. And Charlie Kirk, I guarantee you there will be an attempt to make a holiday out of it. Or it'll be like in the South, it's King Jackson Day. So there might be a King Jackson Kirk Day. But yeah, the white right, of course, is gonna, they've been looking for their MLK for quite some time. They tried to do it with Reagan, but I think Kirk, this is not the last we're gonna hear about Kirk. Trump is going to award him posthumously the Medal of Freedom. So we are not done with Charlie Kirk. He will be a part of the zeitgeist at least until Trump is out of office. So what's up, Cool Kamasi? Yes, Charlie Kirk Day. Brian Nichols, you will lead the band, right? You'll be the grand dragon marshal of the Charlie Kirk parade on Charlie Kirk Day. No doubt. So we're going to listen to about 15 minutes of this. This is Sharon talking to two people I don't know. I've seen the lady before, Raw G. I think I've seen her in chats. And then MAGA Will. I have no idea who he is. And Sharon, I don't know why he fucking puts himself through these kind of paces. These two people are, look, Raw G's command of English is hilarious. It's almost like something that would be on the Dave Chappelle show, the old Chappelle show. Her command of English is comical. But 15 minutes is what I got through. I don't know that we'll need to go longer.
Say, you hear me correctly? There's no
About what?
noise in the background?
No, you sound good.
Nice.
Yeah, the thing is, StreamYard just, things, these connections go corrupt. I don't know. I don't know why StreamYard is so volatile. And I think it has something to do with, all these updates. They're constantly adding features to it. But you sound good now.
It's because of the points that we are. We are literally talking I'm literally talking from you from the other side of the world. In the end of the day, maybe that has to do with it.
No. Well, I mean, StreamYard just tends to be weird this way, but hey, ain't technology grand?
Yeah. In any case, I forgot to say about the video that I sent you. It's the guy in it put stuff in his own American perspective. Okay, just get that in.
Are there any scientists? Are there any scientists, biologists, geneticists?
Yes,
involved?
but when he talks about also culture, if you're going to watch the whole video,
okay, culture is not
culture,
biology.
I know it's not, but it also
You
talks
sure
about
you know?
culture.
Because I asked if there were any scientists involved, and you want to go to culture.
I know. Okay, he also talks about culture in that video. Okay, in the stuff that
But
he didn't
is it a
recommend
scientist
you
who does
to
the
show.
video? Is it a
What?
scientist who does the video?
No, you know what? Just watch. You can watch. If you want to talk about the genetics, you can watch the part that I highlighted for you. Okay, if you want to watch the whole video, like you said that you're going to watch, then you also will talk about culture and categorization. So in that case of the categorization, he puts his own American view on it or spin on it in some degree. Okay, just remember that.
Well, is it an American scientific view or just his opinion?
It's his way of looking at things as American.
Okay, so it's his opinion.
No, the video is not his opinion, but some parts of it, when he talk about categorization of cultures, or if you want to be specific of certain Jews, then he will put the American approach about it. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want, I can.
Oh no!
Hey,
we may even take a detour and watch it next.
Okay,
but I do want to do at least 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. Mostly because I think this woman is cute. But once you see her in real life, you will tell that makeup is very effective. Makeup and lighting, dude. It is awesome.
So we are back for round 2. Do you see the title?
Now, black people got smoked for Charlie since he's gone.
Yes.
I don't think.
Lou, we're going to get back to BGS from another perspective at some point.
On my radar when he did the whole pilot situation. That was a real issue for me. When he did the whole pilot thing and saying that when he sees a black pilot, he wondered if they are qualified and all this other nonsense, and just trying to tie DEI with black folks as just being uneducated and unqualified for jobs, and we just got the positions because we are of a certain color. I think that's just ridiculous to me. And also, and then when he moved forward, also when he was talking about Michelle Obama, Joy Reid, Kataji, and he's trying to say that they don't have the brain power to do their job, I thought that was ridiculous. Even though I know he hasn't said it very specifically, black women or black men, right? However, the way how his rhetoric was, that was like the dog whistle to say, yeah, I'm talking about your best and brightest black women. They don't have the brain power, which is going to translate to people understanding what he's really saying. He was not pushing out peaceful things. He was attempting to divide the country. And clearly, in his death, it absolutely worked. And that's the issue I have with him.
So let me ask you a question. And then I'm going to get down and let y'all have your conversation. Because, Sharon, we got good blood right now. And I want to have to cook you real quick. But do you think potentially that black people...
Let me also make a point that I appreciate her chutzpah. And I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. So don't beat me up there, Vigoda. But
chutzpah,
her say it again.
Chutzpah, not chatzpah.
Chutzpah? Chutzpah.
Chutzpah.
Does that sound better? Chutzpah?
Yeah.
Okay. So
if you want to know what is a chutzpah, then look at me.
Okay.
I actually being rude.
Am I really?
What?
Well, no. It means in the way I use it, or the way it's used in America, it means like moxie, like, hey, this dude has balls. You know what I mean? If you say somebody has brass balls, have you ever heard that term?
That somebody has balls. Yes, I know that he has guts.
Right. And that's the way I use chutzpah.
Whatever. At least say it
well,
correctly.
It's an Americanism. It is not necessarily a bad thing. Moxie.
Well, that's a Hebrew. You're using a Hebrew word.
Yeah. Well, is it Hebrew or Yiddish?
It's Hebrew.
Okay. Well,
Yiddish in general is half Hebrew, half German language.
Right. But, the thing is I don't mean to insult. In America, it's actually kind of a good thing.
What good thing to say chutzpah?
Yeah, if you say somebody has it, that's actually not a bad thing. It means they're bold, they're assertive.
Whatever. If you will have a lot of it here, if you will have too much of it, like in here, then you will not love
it. Yes, that's like hubris. The old Greek term. Classical Greek term. So anyway, Stanley likes balls. Of course, you would think that from your den of iniquity, or I'm sorry, your stable of iniquity, Palomino, only someone like you would say something like that. What's up, badass? How you doing? You know what? I wonder about that. I don't think I'd be able to not lust after her, to be honest. You know, the last thing I want to be, Cool Kamasi, is a lech. I try so hard not to be. So anyway,
People have gotten his message incorrect since they are not white, and most people that are speaking to this don't actually hold counsel with white people.
No, I think they understood exactly what he was attempting to say, that without saying it in so much very harsh words. A lot of times a racist person, they cover up their true agenda with these fallacies of truth that they try to say, they trying to push out to the world. I'm just telling the truth, but then you do a little research on the truthful things that they say, and you realize that they are manipulating the truth. They saying a little bit of truth, but it's mostly filled in with all this bigotry and racism, and always the racism is outside of them is the issue. It's always outside of them. It's always somewhere else.
Okay, so let me
You know what I'm saying?
ask you a question. How much time have you actually spent with people that are racist?
So for me,
that includes black people. That includes black people.
In the industry I am, it's hard to say, but I will believe I do. I deal with them a lot.
Okay, so this is the thing. I can tell you, not based off of what I believe, but what I actually know, right? Racist white people are not hiding anything. They don't have to. The fact that black people in America honestly believe that racists are going outside of their way to hide the fact that they're racist is incorrigible to me. As if they have forgotten about the KKK, as if they have forgotten about Tulsa, Oklahoma, as if they have forgotten about, Alabama and the bus and making you get your black ass on the back of the bus and everything else, that they had laws saying that one drop of black made you a nigga, that they said you couldn't marry outside of your race. Like, white people not hiding anything when it comes to their racism. They're very upfront with it. They're loud. They're proud. We're here. We're get into it with their rhetoric, right? They're doing what they want to do. When it comes down to Charlie Kirk and what he was speaking to, and his message was really dismantling these systems that are set to make us, the people, believe that we are actually working in conjunction.
let me make a really, let me make a point. This is one of these situations, and I've never talked to Raji. If I have a critique, and it is a critique, not a criticism, she is almost smart. She is almost making a good point, but she goes from, hey, Sharon, do you work with racists, to making a broad statement about white people. She is literally doing what a John Galt does. She's literally doing what a Be Brave does, making these broad generalizations about a demographic. Where Sharon is talking, she starts out asking, have you ever spent a lot of time around racist white people? Well, let's assume not all white people are racists. She goes from something that's relatively specific to like all white people. No, it is a bad argument. It could be a good argument if she had a better command of rhetoric. Her rhetoric is just ignorant. Her use of rhetoric, her use of words, I would say inexperienced if she were a high school student, but she doesn't look like a high school student. She looks a bit older. It's a really trash approach. She's almost got a good point, but she never quite gets there. And yeah, I did listen to the first 15 minutes.
for the betterment of the people. Hell, even Martin Luther King Jr., the patron saint of all Black people, said, I fear I have integrated my people into a burning house. He said this directly out his own mouth. So what exactly are we talking about? This is a fallacy. It's an illusion.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, is that we are recognizing that people are not so blatant about it anymore, because they don't want to lose their jobs, because there's a bunch of people right now losing their jobs for speaking.
I'm sorry, I'm being persnickety here, but they're literally not talking about the same thing. Okay, Raw G is making a more historical, cultural point, a very broad historical point. You can't, it annoys me so much because it is lazy arguing when you start talking about white people this way. Same thing with Black people. I hear John Galt go the blacks, assuming we are a monolith. Most Black people aren't racist. Most white people, and I'm going to even be so bold as to say the vast majority of Americans day to day. Now, there may be some, some buying into stereotypes, but you even have to be careful there. Even someone who buys into a stereotype may not be racist, especially if they're prone to education. Okay, I don't know how many times I've had assumptions about, I don't know, who knows? Some like probably my worst thing is I don't have an affinity for Egyptians. Okay, but I know people from Egypt that I like just fine. It was an experience I had 2 or 3 times going through the Suez Canal. So, I'm talking more about a backsheesh culture rather than individuals. And I'm willing to give some grace. If you're
What is backsheesh?
Motherfucker, let me talk.
Don't call me that.
Interrupt me.
Hey, bro, don't call me that.
Okay,
I'm not
no, I
cursing you,
literally
don't curse me.
do not interrupt me.
Okay, then
Stop
don't
it.
curse me.
Stop it, motherfucker. You're on my panel, not the other way around. Do not
Okay, if you
interrupt.
curse me like this, then I'm
Do
leaving. Ciao.
not interrupt, motherfucker. Stop interrupting and I'll stop cursing you. What I was trying to say is people literally sometimes don't understand their own arguments. Okay, you cannot go white people are. Sometimes you actually have to use qualifiers when you talk about culture, or just say, hey, I'm making a broad assumption here, just go with the flow. This is not a good argument she's making. And quite frankly, Sharon isn't that good at making arguments either. MAGA will, I don't know. So who knows? It's really a confederacy of dunces here talking about this topic. And I don't mean to be mean. If I were on the panel, I would literally be making constant corrections. Like, do you really mean? There are a lot of qualifying questions that are not being asked between these two. And there's a specific word that she uses coming up that just, it made me aghast when she used it. Totally out of context. It was the incorrect word. If you're going to be on YouTube making these sorts of arguments, you literally need to be on the top of your game. And Vigoda, you're kind of new on this panel. This is maybe the second or third time. Dude, don't interrupt me. The fuck?
In a mind about this situation,
and they should.
We understand what Martin Luther King was actually
that
saying
is
when he said
okay.
he was
Let me stop this misinformation. When you say diverse, Brian Nichols, do you mean biologically? Do you mean culturally? when you say most diverse, because you're making the same mistake that Raw G makes, you're just spouting out the word diverse and not really understanding. You're not being specific. Literally, genetically, Africans are the most diverse group of people on earth. Literally, an African has less genetic diversity if you compared, say, a Northern European genome to an African. Like, there's more diversity between Africans on West African and East African than there would be between, say, a West African and a Northern European. Africans are genetically the most diverse population on earth. So again, someone who does not understand their own argument, but they're spouting out talking points without actually understanding their own argument. And I rail against this all the time. Dude, know what you're talking about and be ready to defend it. And Brian, I know you can do better than that. You got a wrench.
Situation, right? Because it's a lot of secret people that's doing things behind the scenes. They will act all jolly. They will give you money and all these things. They have paid basketball players, but in reality, they still are as very hatred as they always been. And this is the problem. At one point, it was just blatant. It's not so blatant anymore. They speak the way how Charlie speaks. They hear the words that he is saying.
What's up, Ryan?
Using, and they say, oh, there go my people. He knows how to articulate himself in a way where we could get around that label and get my business destroyed and get my politics destroyed. So when they learn how to speak like him, they could push out an agenda, mask it in truth, but it's really racism.
Okay, I mean, and I could get your point. You're entitled to feel however you want to feel, right? But when we are talking about that particular statement that Charlie Kirk made about the black pilot, this was during the Supreme Court's 2023 ruling.
Okay, let me make one point. Vagoda, I'm sorry I offended you. I don't want to be treated disrespectfully. When I'm motherfucking talking on my panel, be polite. May I interrupt? You don't just fucking interrupt me, you rude bastard. Be more polite. See, what you don't seem to understand, and I saw your performance on Mo Love's show. I guess it was last Sunday going into Sunday night going into Monday morning. You were thoroughly rude and you seem to have this weird superiority complex. Bro, you don't come on my goddamn panel and fucking interrupt me when I'm in the middle of a monologue. You better learn your goddamn place, okay? And even if dude, I'm a goddamn American and you're going to bring yourself over here and interrupt me on my own panel? It does not work that way, sir. At least interrupt and say, please, may I interject? Use your manners. And I don't understand. Maybe in wartime, manners or something that isn't necessary, but motherfucker, on my panel it is. So sorry you were insulted, but dude, I will insult you every damn time when you rudely interrupt me. So take it. And if you don't want to be disrespected, don't be disrespectful on my panel. Period. Ever. You have not earned those stripes. What an asshole.
In Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, correct? Where there were a whole bunch of people.
Okay, and I also want to interrupt Raw G here. Charlie Kirk's comment has nothing to do with Students for Fair Admissions. Zero. They're related, but they don't intersect, and she's full of shit here. Okay, Charlie Kirk, it was a racist statement. Okay, at least Students for Fair Admission had the decorum, had the balls to put it through the legal system. Affirmative action and DEI are kind of two different things, by the way. So she's just wrong on the merits. And thank God I'm not on this panel. They would have put me off the panel because I wouldn't be polite in telling her that it's just a shitty argument.
That were up there and they were like, oh yeah, you know what? Whatever else. DIE gave me this, affirmative action gave me that, whoop, 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 and whop, 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 right? So there were people that were up here literally saying, I only got what I got. I only got where I got because of these programs. And he was giving in commentary on the fact that if he were to be the one to say that as a white man, if he were to say, if I see a black pilot, I don't trust him because I'm not sure if he got here based off of merit or if he got here as a opportunity hire.
Pause for a
You
second.
know,
Pause
go ahead.
For a second. Because we're not doing Drip Show TV math over here. So shout out to Drev Crifts with the $100 cash app, and as you see, that is a movable photo. No Drip Show TV math over here. So we actually have to give Jeff.
I don't get the reference, but it does remind me. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe. Please make sure that you subscribe and share. And sorry for the fireworks, but dude, I was on a goddamn roll, and dude just stepped on my thunder. We can't be doing that. It is so rare that I give like monologues, and they tend to be spur of the moment. I don't tend to plan them. Maybe I should start doing that though. But no, don't. I will crush you if you piss me off on this panel. So fair warning there, Vagoda. And I was also going to say, I'm about you see where I'm going. Y'all make sure you support the host. At some point, I may shut this down because Vagoda put me in the mood to get a couple beers and just fucking get loose here. But support the host, support the show. It is coming up on some subscriptions, and I also plan on doing that $8 a month thing for X. So at some point, I need to get CKJ3 up here and Deacon Dave. Maybe not today, but so we can hash out how I'm going to use X. Palomino, Ricky Z, no one is smarter than me on this panel. The panel is the great IQ equalizer. Even if he was smarter than me, I know how to make it equal. So anyway, were they really? Let me ask you a question. Why is that? Why would you make fake Cash App receipts? Is it to encourage other people to go, oh, hey, he's rolling in money, Cash Apps, let me get on board? Interesting. I would be like, look, this dude is making so much money in Cash Apps, he doesn't need my money. Speak Radio, how you doing? I pretty much so far am only following all the news stories. I got that planet that virtual moon story from the New York Post from X. So I do plan on making use of it. They did bounty to boot. Oh, so they were like, oh, hey, I got $10 to boot you. And they were just, yeah, that's not good. You can't do that. It's better just to say, God damn it, I don't need the money. Your ass is gone. Paid to come back. I see. Oh, wait, Vagoda's still here. His arrogance has crossed the line, and I'm really not willing to spend my time coming over here and be. Hey, what can I say, Vagoda? Don't interrupt the host and you will not be cursed at. I don't give a fuck if you come back or not. Honestly, I don't. I love having you up on the panel. I love conversing, but if the cost is having you burst in rudely when I am making some diatribe, sorry, you can be replaced. World of Statistics. Now that looks interesting. Oh shit! As a matter of fact, I will definitely do that.
We got to give Jeff a call. Okay, so let me give Jeff a call. Do y'all mind holding? Do y'all mind holding? Okay, cool. All right, let me give Jeff a call. Give me 1 second, y'all.
And I'm in a second, Robbie.
Oh,
No, I wasn't even finished, but you got a moment to go ahead and look that up. Go ahead and look that up. You want me to put a link in the back for you? Help you out?
Hold on, y'all. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I'm calling.
You're definitely calling.
You're definitely calling.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying.
Call one more time because he did send $100. Okay.
So I went ahead, Speak Radio. I did World of. I need to turn
Or
this
Jeff
down.
just called the line.
I went ahead and did World of Statistics, and I also did World of Engineering.
Show, my G. How are you? And I appreciate
you.
For the $100.
Yeah, listen, do you want to call me back after? I didn't want to interrupt what you got going on there.
Hey, you know what? That's why you the best, Jeff. God damn, that's why you the best. You know what? We ain't gonna end until we talk to you. You mind if we go ahead and take care of this right quick?
It's up to you, man. I'm down. Whatever.
Okay, Jeff. Let me go ahead and beat Sharon down right quick, and then I'm gonna call you back. All right?
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Take it easy. Hey, that's real motherfucking support. Do y'all understand me? All right, now we can get back to it.
Let's talk about Pony Boy Brony here. You're the only one on the panel, so if you're the smartest, you're also the dumbest. Dude, I will be the dumbest, except your ass has never been up here. You talk a lot of shit from the chat. Why don't you bring your dumb ass up here and prove you're smarter than me? Okay, Pony Boy, I don't like shit talkers who are too faint of heart to come up here. If you got some smoke for me, how about let's hear you whinny it? So you're here for now by the grace of Stanley. I'm not going to ban you, but I will time your dumb ass out. Put your ass out to pasture for a couple minutes.
Real support right there. Shout out to Jeff. Salute to Jeff. And salute to everybody that is showing love and hitting cash apps and hitting super chat. Shout out to everybody that's doing their job. I appreciate that.
Hey, listen, don't just support me, support Sharon, support Mind Chaos Group. We streaming everywhere. Okay. I want everybody to get their money, get their coin for participation. So if you get any cash apps or super chats, just stop me. We can stop the show. We can give our thanks, show our love, and let's move on. All right, you said you had a rebuttal for Robbie.
I wasn't finished, but
yeah, go ahead, bro. So I could give it the proper response it needs.
So I could continue to cook you. But anyway, he said if he was to say that, he would be considered a racist. And the gag and the drag of it all is y'all now consider him a racist.
Okay, it's really not that apropos of what she just said, but I think young people like these three, if you buy into or support or give validation to a racist theory or a racist comment, you're a racist. Literally, these people don't know what a racist is. And you know, there is a little bit of validity to everybody has a bias or a prejudice or something like that. But racism and racists, that's very specific. That's literally a prejudice that you have based on someone's ethnicity or quote race. Okay, racist is a very specific term. Okay, and there are a lot of people in this, you know, Stanley Cross, Blackosphere, YouTube space who think that pointing out a racist makes you a racist. That's fake news. And as I said over the weekend, it's almost impossible to be born in the United States of America and grow up in the culture and not be racist. That's Black people, that's Eskimos. Okay, you see it on TV, you read it in newspapers, you see it on social media. You have to work at not being a racist in the United States. You literally have to be self-aware, self-conscious, and have some sort of self-reflective mechanism. Okay, I'm almost at a point to where I don't blame Americans for being racist, but I do blame them for not realizing that it's almost impossible not to be and doing the work to self-improve. Being mindful, I guess that's the word for it. You got to know the culture to counteract the culture, to reject the parts of the culture that are toxic. Okay, and too many fucking people, black, white, or indifferent, literally don't know American culture well enough. Kids are being educated not to read books these days. The right, the MAGA right, they shit on books and laugh at you if you say B-O-O-K. If you pronounce the word book, they're going to look at you like you're from Mars. And I really don't give a fuck who gets mad about it or not. Fuck all of you. If you don't like books, I consider you ignorant. How about that? And Palomino Ricky Z, you're a fool and you're a weak fool besides. You talk a lot of shit, but you never bring, I have literally never seen your dumb ass up on a panel. Maybe you come up by another name. I don't know what your deal is, but you talk much shit and much horse shit for that matter. That I'm giving you this much attention is probably making you feel like mission accomplished.
And he never confirmed that that was his sentiment. So y'all are jumping out the window, making
What's up,
Rivera
C?
And none of y'all have ever actually had a conversation with man. Most of y'all don't watch his commentary. You don't follow him on Rumble. You don't follow him on YouTube. You don't follow him on.
You know what? I guess this is going to turn into snipes from the chat hour. Ryan, I literally think that I don't really pay that much attention to racist theories of a racist. I don't believe in, you know, it's probably it's probably, what's the word? It's kind of counterintuitive. You would think a racist would know a lot about racism, but most racists aren't that bright. So that a racist has a theory on racism, while it's not that surprising, is not something I would even, you know, other than mocking it, I wouldn't pay attention to it. I do know he has a theory, but you know, being unsubscribed from the channel for a while now, if I want to, every now and again, I'll go to see what that old coot is talking about, but I don't even have to trouble myself with that shit on a daily basis anymore.
But these small clips, and then he's talked about your queens, honey. Joy Reid, Michelle Obama.
What's up, Duwali?
Y'all were calling a man.
What's up, Graper?
Just the other moment ago. Y'all were saying that hoe was a whole man, and she can't keep her man. And this is why the black women is so horrible, because they worry about their own happiness instead of the black family. But when
it always goes back to relationships on these channels. They can never not talk about men and women and all that stuff in the black community. I guess it's a big seller.
It's a problem, so it's okay. It's cool when we do it. It's a problem when they do it. Is that what it is? Go ahead, rebut.
Yeah, so when we have
Go ahead,
somebody
rebut.
him says the things that he says about our best and brightest and say that they don't have the brain power, we know what that really means. He is talking about black folks as a whole. He's using those 4 ladies as his outlet to talk about black family, and he's also giving himself the excuse to say, no, I'm only talking about those 4 black ladies, right? And this is what intelligent debaters, they would do that. And the people that is rocking with him, that have this secret racism, the real racist people, that's because maybe he's not a real racist, but he understood what his audience wanted from him. He understood that the real racist people in America that was rocking with him very strongly, they felt a certain way. And his rhetoric was a way for them to say the racist things out loud without seeming as if they were racist, because he is articulate human being. He knew how to do the dog whistle to say, hey, look what we doing over here to make other people look bad, make them look down. He called it a man a chink reliable on stage. So we understand that he kept using words like gang shootings. We know what he meant by when he said gang shooters. He did not say things very blatantly. However, he was intelligent enough, and we are intelligent enough to understand what somebody is playing in our face.
So this is the thing. I don't call that playing in the face, just like how the club discussion we had the other day. Your understanding of words is based off of your involvement in the world. As a black person, I am highly offended that when the word gang is spoken, that you think of black people. Because the gag and the drag of it all is the majority of black people are not in gangs. The majority of black people are not in prison. The majority of black people are not criminals. The majority of black
See, again, the majority of black people aren't dead either. There are a lot of reasons this is a bad argument, and I use it all the time. But I don't even know why the fuck are they even talking about gangs, to be honest.
people are not thugs. So I think black people shoot themselves in the foot when they run around and say, well, if I hear gangs, I think of white people. Because the last time I checked, especially black people, was running around here talking about the biggest gang is the police. Fuck the police, because they're the biggest gang. So guess what? The police gang is multicultural. They got Asians in that bitch. They got Hispanics. They got Arabs. They got all type of people up in that bitch. So therefore, if we think that the biggest gang is the police, how when you hear about gangs, you think about black people as a black man?
So it's not when I hear gang that I think about black folks, but when I hear him say it in the context that he was attempting to use it, that's when I know that's the dog whistle for black folks. He didn't use it in the sense of gang. She said gang shooting as in mass shooting, as he tried to lump that thing in together. And we understand his rhetoric, the way how he presents things. Even when we talk about the criminality and people being arrested, he says it as if black people commit the majority of crimes in America, when we know it's probably roughly around like 70% of crimes that they are committed when we do crime in totality, right? But he want to try to focus on the crime that mainly affects us the most. That's the one he want to focus on. And that is the issue. That's when it starts to be a dog whistle for cold language that he has to push down on certain demographics. That is the issue. And they try to use this whole per capita issue, right? And the problem with the per capita issue that everybody keep hearing about, we are the victims of murder the most. We are not the most murder committers.
So this is the thing. the group that is most impacted by guns is actually Caucasian Americans by sheer value. So I don't agree with you that where he was going was to paint a target on Black people, especially because when we're talking about school shooters are not Black people, they're usually white. When we're talking about, crimes that are committed against the trans part of the LGBTQIA, they're usually committed against the white ones. So if we are talking about school shooters, LGBTQIA, how do Black people as a whole jump to, well, because he said, are we accounting for gang violence, that means that he was talking about Black people? Because he literally, before he could even say anything else in conjunction with his thought, a bullet went through his neck. So y'all are making the assumption predicated upon what?
That's fair. So the problem is that the reason why we know, because he didn't want to stay on mass shooting, because if he stay on mass shooting, he would have to talk about his own people, and most likely in a negative way. And this way, when he tried to deflect, he tried to deflect, that word with the ironic of how he just passed away. Sorry.
It's not ironic. It's
But
unfortunate.
the fact that he, the mass shooting part, right? And that he tried to deflect it to and add gang shootings to it was the problem. He could not stay on the topic at hand. And if he stayed on the topic at hand, and then we'd be dealing in the truth of all the dysfunction that's in America, and then that would be fine. The problem is he was trying to paint it in a certain way where it negates the true problems that we have in America. And when we start to deflect things and lose sight of what actually is happening, we cannot move the country forward. We keep the country in this division state that we are in today.
So let's be very clear. What the group of people that are saying like it's ironic how he died and he's a racist, what they're doing is they are actually perpetuating and upholding the divide within our community. Because at the end of the day, this is not a time for that. When JFK was assassinated, even though there was mad racial division within the country came together as one. When MLK and Malcolm X were assassinated, the country came together as one. So when someone is assassinated, hell, when Kevin Samuels passed away, mother flippers on this internet were pissed off that Black women were saying, oh yeah, it was his time to go. Those same MFers are running around saying, yeah, we're happy that Charlie Kirk is deleted. So it's really the hypocrisy, and the hypocrisy is within the community. Because the reality is, like you're saying, that let's just concede to your point that maybe he wanted to deflect, which he didn't, because I actually paid attention to the interview with the man that was involved with the debate with him in the moments that he was deleted. He wasn't trying to deflect at all. He was leading to a bigger conversation. But if he was deflecting, then we could also say that Black people are deflecting, because now focusing on Charlie Kirk takes away from focusing on that Black woman that deleted her children in the parking lot in her car, scammed the whole entire community, got a new house, and a whole bunch of other stuff. It takes away from Carmelo Anthony and the fact that even though everybody was jumping out the window to say, let's defend him because he's innocent and he didn't do anything, and blaming the white young man that lost his life. No, we're just going to blame the people that actually died and say it's their problem. Like, I wish the community, especially the Black community, would just be honest and say they're happy, they're gleeful, because this is retribution for all the officer-involved shootings where nobody was held accountable. I could respect that. But to sit there and say and make a man be a racist that isn't a racist simply because he's had a conversation and a talking point, but I hear Black people every day talk about how much they hate white people. Oh, I'm racist. I don't like white people. So what? So if somebody shoots you in your neck, should the white people run around and say, well, he deserved to die? I'm confused.
So
I'm not just attacking anybody. We're having a conversation. He is standing on the side of whatever, and I'm standing on what I'm standing.
Don't address the chat. I'll take care of that. Let me read these super chats right quick. Yeah, y'all cooking like a motherfucker. Let me catch these super chats right quick. Sharon, I see you got some super chats too. I'm gonna go from the bottom to the shop. Shout out to the OG, the angry man with $10. He says, we can't move the country forward when certain black folk continue to assume every white tea person with an opinion is racist. By the way, I see y'all almost at 20K. Congrats. Let's go. Shout out to you and much appreciated to you, OG. Bad Duck with $2 says, it takes a master deflector like Sharon to know. Damn. Shout out to Joshua, says yellow shirt pulls prejudice out of thin air. White guy. It's a real dark out there. Bring a flashlight. Yellow shirt. Why does it got to be dark? That's literally Sharon. Literature. Robert Platinum with $2 says it's all the black woman's fault.
Amen.
Shout out to Kevin with $1.99. Appreciate it. Shout out to Tony with $9.99. Says, bro, respectfully, I'm in love with your wife. Y'all are a power couple. Appreciate it, but she's already married. Happily. All right, y'all go ahead and continue.
Wait, somebody said I'm a bad wish for my husband black. I don't understand.
Don't pay attention. Don't pay attention. Come on now. Don't. Y'all keep cooking. Go ahead. Keep cooking.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So I think the fact that everybody is so divided and the way how people are receiving his passing shows that he is nothing like MLK or any of those guys that you said before. This is the reason why people did not come together and mourn in totality, because he said a lot of hateful things. His rhetoric was very hateful. His rhetoric was not to be bringing people together. He wanted to divide people. He wanted to have it strict.
See, this is a huge problem. Who knows what was in Charlie Kirk's heart? Okay, saying it's hateful is a bit, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Certainly Sharon is. What I'm more sure of is that it was political. Okay, politicians say all kinds of shit that they don't necessarily live. You know what? I'm not willing to say that Charlie Kirk in his personal life discriminated. I think I'm comfortable saying that he is a racist, though. Okay, he may not have a problem with black people at all. However, there's no doubt what he is spewing or was spewing was racist. And again, if you get up on a stage and say shit you don't believe, but you say it anyway, like, hey, I say this racist shit for votes or to gain an audience or to get contributions or to be popular, you're still a racist, even if you don't live the life. even if you are a biracial, whatever. John Galt's the perfect example. That motherfucker's a racist and he lives in the hood. Race in America is extremely complicated. And frankly, we've had 250 years, 249 years of making it more complicated instead of just not promoting it. The First Amendment is a dual-edged sword. Okay, people being able to state what they want to state freely has just added to the complication. And maybe, that's the spice of life or something. But pretending that it was hateful, I'm not sure you can actually back that opinion up. You can back up the opinion that a lot of what Charlie Kirk said was out and out racist. Whether he believed it or not, who knows?
Only Christian white folks to have an opinion. The fact that he was trying to get rid of things and he's trying to pinpoint certain sayings like affirmative actions and DEI, that didn't
And I know I hate to, keep stopping this video. Ryan, it is out and out racist. Okay, who gives a fuck where anybody lives if they can afford to be there? You are literally racializing where someone chooses to live. It's out and out racist. And I apologize that you don't have the kind of education or the kind of, self reflection that allows you to understand if you racialize something that is literally racist. Dude, I bet he lives in a white neighborhood. Motherfucker, who cares? Why is it important where he lives? It is racist. And John Galt and fucking Be Brave have made you believe, or maybe your beliefs pre-existed your exposure to their toxic chemical dump of American racism. Dude, it's racist. And I'm sorry that you can't seem to have the level of self-reflection. It's racist. Why do you give a fuck where he lives?
And take those things away, we see in today's climate who is affected the most by those situations is Black women. For we've seen 300,000 of them got their jobs taken. We understand that nepotism is really the main problem that we have in the job market in the first place. We understand that when we see these planes go down, there's usually not a Black person. So Black people do not get on an airplane and say, I hope that this pilot is not drunk just because they see a white boy. It's just not something that we do. We tend to look at like, hey, you are qualified because the company hired you, so you must be a good pilot. We don't look at the pilot as a race situation.
That's not true. That's not true. As somebody that flies first class exclusively, every single time I see one of my pilots in the airport, I am going behind their ass and making sure they're not stopping at the bar. What are you talking about? And anybody that is flying in a plane nowadays needs to be making sure they're keeping an eye on the pilots. Are the pilots stopping at the bar and then they're going to fly your plane? Because there's a whole bunch of flights that are crashing out, and they're not crashing out for Black people. So that's just an untrue statement. The reality of it is, like, with the amount of Black people in aviation in the first place, like, you know that it is coming from a DEI, but his point was not that Black people are not qualified. You're saying that the affirmative action and the DEI movements take away the substantiality of being merit-based. Because if you're merit-based, you don't need to have anybody just include you and make you the token nigga to get into anywhere. Now, there's a lot of people even in these spaces that they go to work and they're just the token Black person around the water cooler. They're not respected at their jobs. And that's because they're not showing up based off merit.
Speak Radio, thank you for tomorrow's show title. That is hilarious and an extremely good motherfucking, god damn it, that's the best one-liner I've heard in months. Thank you, sir. Shout out to you.
And then people at their jobs also can't fire them because then it's an EOE thing. Every time something happens, everybody wants to go to EOE. Like, what are we talking about?
You gotta let them respond to.
Good.
And so the problem is, we know that for a long time, it's not merit-based. For a very long time in a plethora of industries, a lot of times they put these loopholes in front of us so we cannot get hired in these companies and so on and so forth. So it is not merit-based at all. A lot of these people that get into the situation that they get into is because their cousin worked there before, or their daddy was the this, that, and the third. You know somebody, they know somebody that knows somebody. A lot of them are not qualified at all. As we could see in his own cabinet, that people was hired. He fired a 4-star general. That is as much merit as you can absolutely have. But he fired him not because he couldn't do his job. No, he fired him because of DEI. That was his excuse. But the real
That was
reason
whose
why he fired him is because he wanted to push out a certain agenda, and he knew.
Okay, I actually have to interject here. Sharon might be right, but the thing is that racism and racist attitudes or racist reasons often get masked by quote colorblind rules, regulations, and laws. Okay, that is literally the poison pill in the civil rights legislation and in the law. Colorblind law is literally the response to racist results or racism. It's literally a band-aid over racism. If you are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I think there is actually a term limit or something like that. However, you serve at the pleasure of the president. He is the commander in chief, and you can be relieved of duty for any reason. It does not matter. It's literally there is something in the military, and it might even be in the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice. If your commander loses confidence in your ability to command, he can relieve you. Period. No questions asked. Who gives a fuck? So, as commander in chief, yeah, Trump's probably a racist. He probably did it, but the stated reason was of support of DEI policies. And it has the tinge or the stench of racism. But you know what? If your subordinate does not support your policy or you feel that he doesn't, it's actually a valid reason. Now, it might stink to high heaven, but you can't even technically say it's because of race. It's because of policy. Okay, I guarantee you, if Raisin Kane, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, says, hey, gives a news conference saying, I support DEI, his ass is gone too. It's really more a policy thing. And Sharon needs to understand that. It's not about race, at least nominally, it's about policy. And hey, that's what colorblind law does. It masks racist outcomes. And you know what? We may have to skedaddle from this because now I'm starting to become annoyed at all this fucking amateur hour debate. Both of them are amateurs. And Sharon is a good host. Okay. I don't have a problem with Sharon as a host. It's just, you got to know the shit you're talking about. And, you know, it's really, it's really a battle of nitwits. Neither one are good at this.
That guy was not going to stand for no BS.
But Charlie fired him?
Stand 10 toes down.
Charlie fired him?
Trump fired him.
Oh, because we're talking about Charlie Kirk. So, you know, I get it that y'all want to loop that all in as one.
We have
Sharon, check the back chat.
The reason why we have to loop that in is because we are talking about merit-based. And when we are talking about merit-based, which is Charlie Kirk, he's also a big supporter of Donald Trump and this whole merit-based system that we are talking about. He himself has hired people that do not get in off of a merit.
Hey, Sharon, let me ask you a question.
Hold on. Wait. Sharon, did you check the back chat?
I did not.
Check the private chat. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's be real. We're talking about Charlie Kirk, not Trump, right? But you grew up in the 80s. Did you like Hulk Hogan?
I'm a Randy Savage, but yes, I did like Hulkster too. I did.
Hulk Hogan is he's a whole
Lord.
racist. So much so that his daughter is not even included in the will because he kicked her out of the family because she dated a black person. Again, like, it's a mute point if you want to believe it, but let's just say on the outside chance that you were right. Does that mean
God damn it?
Deserve to die?
Okay, we got to stop here. A mute point. See, I told you this command of English is literally problematic when you want to debate, quote, high level ideas. It's not a goddamn mute point. It's a moot point. MUTE versus MOOT, and I'm fucking out of this bullshit. That's my goddamn limit. What in the fuck? It's a mute point. Ugh. And sorry for that little temper tantrum, but you know, murdering the English language. And yeah, I'm being goddamn persnickety, but god damn it, there's only so much I can take. So let's see here. Give me one sec. You know what? Let's do some ASMR. I got to do it. I haven't watched her in a while. And then we'll get back to some serious stuff. And I am sure I will get copyright notices, but I don't care. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Tiffany Silver.
Welcome, guys. Welcome back to
my other
channel.
internet crush.
I know you guys missed me and I miss you as well, but we're back with some more adventure for you guys. Now, it is lobster season currently, and today I'm hungry for some lobsters. And what I love about today, most of all, is the weather is amazing. The water is pretty good, so it's going to be a pretty great dive in today. We just finished preparing the paddleboard over there.
Guys, please tell Tiffany to buy the adapter for the electric pump because this is what she does all the time. She doesn't buy it and then I have to work out and pump it up.
The workout is good for you because we're going to be launching it from down here out into the deep waters. I'm pretty excited. It has been a while since I've dived for some lobsters, so I really can't wait. Our target today is decent sized lobsters because me and Raj, we went out a couple days ago to dive and we just saw some small lobsters, and that's not what we're about. We're gunning for the decent sized lobsters. So continue watching because it's going to be a good day.
By the way, Lou, I'm actually I tended to like athletic women and taller women, though my wife was athletic. She wasn't that tall, but no, she has a nice butt because she dives, a lot. And if you know anything about diving, and I'm not, a diver. I've never even done scuba, but I do know about swimming. And you basically swim from your hips. That bending of the knee is a little bit, it's not the most efficient way. You know how sprinters always have like really good glutes. Divers do too. Swimmers do too. Though actual like swimmers can have bigger shoulders if you ever notice. But no, I mean, other than the genetics, I think, this is Jamaica. She's Jamaican. So by the way, Groiper, no, black people can swim, especially if you're from Jamaica. It's an island, god damn it. You better know how to swim. So anyway, no, you know what? I think I am an appreciator of different types of women. I'm sure I have a type, taller and kind of athletic, outdoorsy. I just, they tend to be the women that I like because not so much these days, but hell, I hike and hike to a fishing spot. So a woman who enjoyed that was my type of woman. I don't like prissy, like real prissy women. No. I've dated at least one pseudo model, and it was not to my liking. And there are reasons. One of these days I'll tell the story. Wow, that's an odd name for a channel. And by the way, I can't think of where I saw it. Somewhere out on YouTube. You've heard the term, well, he or she cleans up well. Tiffany Silver, this lady, had a birthday dinner or something. Maybe it's a week ago, and she put on makeup in like one of the, kind of like a formal, not kind of a dressy dress. I don't know what they're called, formal dress or something like that. It was a fancy restaurant. I was like, and she got her hair done up. I was like, oh my God. That woman, if you slap some makeup on her after she's done, with a dive and fishing, I had to do a double take. This woman is gorgeous. Too bad I'm old. It's my kind of mermaid. Yeah, she is ridiculous, Black Knight. Wow, I don't even know how to respond to that, except mermaids are not real. They can't be white. They can't be black. They are mermaids. Graper, you're not on my level. You won't see these little racist joke type things. So stupid. But it's a good joke, but who knew you are obviously a fan of Disney cartoon movies. But the joke is appreciated. I'm just fucking with you.
Well, I'm put on them now. Come back, yeah. Got our boat.
Let's get cooking. We are back, and I forgot to bring the coal stove. Kumar is improvising.
Yep.
We need some sticks.
Some sticks over there. You didn't have to go far. Yeah. So you use the bigger ones for the base of the fire, and then the smaller ones on top.
All right, you guys, look how much lobsters we caught. 3 beautiful sized lobsters. And then I caught a fish. Take up this one. Look at this. This is a beauty. I love it. Yo, I'm excited, you know? And then we have some breadfruit here. We're going to be roasting it along with lobster. So we're going to have roasted lobsters, fish, and breadfruit. I'm going to make some escovite sauce. It's going to be such an amazing vibe.
Vamos, get it. Nice.
Nice. Hey.
Perfect.
It's Jamaica Black Knight.
All right, so
They're
that
both
wasn't
her, and I don't know. I don't know whether he's her boyfriend or
for next time.
husband, but they're both from Jamaica. And I like a woman who can do this. I like it. That knife isn't sharp enough. Oh, by the way, she actually has like a line of cookware and stuff like that. She's a total entrepreneur. Let's see here. She has at least 500,000 viewers. So a little bit over 500,000 subscribers. And she's got I think she's got one other channel and one that she does shows with like her childhood best friend. So she's quite the entrepreneur. Let's see, can I figure out where I was?
Let's look at that meat.
Nice.
Today wasn't a bad day. It was actually a good day.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah, it was perfect. I'm just getting back into the groove of diving. So I wasn't my best with diving today. Actually, what, 3? I think 3 weeks now since when I dive.
Yeah.
3 weeks, that long. I got season up these right now. Oh, I need to make the escovite sauce. So we just added some all-purpose fish seasoning, seafood seasoning to some garlic oil. Not garlic oil, coconut oil. I just know this is nice.
Nice.
Just know this is nice, Raj. It look like jerk saucy.
Don't forget the fish.
Can't forget the fish.
Breadfruit are going good.
No. But I'm putting it sly. So.
Alright, that is it.
Whoa. That one marinate a little bit.
Can do the fish on this one and then the lobster.
Okay. Gonna chop these real quick.
Make the sauce one. Marinate. Whatever date. No hesitate. Communicate. Congregate.
All right, the breadfruit is ready. Roll that out right there, so. Keep it over there so it's going to stay warm. So we're down to the coals. Perfect.
No, can't put it again.
Perfect.
Perfect. Like squeeze it. Squeeze this
Oh.
here and put it this one.
But this is the squeeze.
If you push this down, then squeeze it. Yeah. There we go. Look for niceness. Oh, this looks so good. Fish are going. Lobster are going. Some vinegar and some water. Take these off. Coming along nice.
Nice.
Wow, it tastes so good. I said them nice.
Yeah. Let me see. Nice.
Oh my lord.
See, we can turn down here. You just turned it? It's almost finished. Nice. This one's ready. Yay! It's so good. Oh, we need to peel the breadfruit.
soft, man. Soft and nice.
Mm-hmm.
It good though?
Yeah,
Oh,
it turned.
it turned. Hey. Yeah, perfect. Oh, let me get the sauce. Take on this. Feel me there, Ilsha Beach.
Now, I wonder if that's some sort of vinegar.
Don't forget to put in it carrot.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been nice. But it's nice and pretty.
You know, I don't know, Wally, but no, it's lobster, and I'm guessing it's some sort of like um, pineapple onion vinegar. She has a thing for pineapples, and I hate when people fucking sing with good food. That's a pet peeve of mine too. That singing for your supper thing doesn't do it for me, damn it. Who, the lobster or Tiffany?
So good. All right, I am finished. Raspberry bone them there. Bone them gone. Bone them there. Jeez. All right, we're gonna pack up. Yeah, stretch out the food. Put it. Oh, that was delicious. Ugh. Guys, take a look at that view. Beautiful. We are heading out. We literally just packed up and we're ready to go. But today was a pretty vibesy. I enjoyed this adventure since coming back after 3 weeks of not diving. It was pretty good. But I really hope you guys enjoyed today and this adventure. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. I love you guys and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
All right, so I wanted just before we leave, somewhere around here. This is what she looks like when she makes herself up. She is definitely curvy. This woman is just fucking gorgeous. So this is my moment of lust. So if you can go from diving to spearfish, lobster to this, it's her birthday, I believe. I'm just okay with this. So there we go. She is awesome, and she can dive. So anyway, the plans are let's see, it is 10:54. We will let's do this video in honor of Vigoda, and then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to run to the beer store after this video, and then I may start up another stream. I actually do have some housework to do, but I'm sure I will justify not doing it. I will justify it by saying, well, you know what? This is for the edification of folks in my chat.
The Jewish nation is perhaps one of the most well-known but misunderstood groups of people on the planet. I've talked about this long ago in the past, but it is certainly terribly confusing to many how the Jewish identity can be described as an ethnicity, religion, and a culture, although you may have noticed that many people use the phrase Jewish race or many people in the United States describe their race as Jewish. And even in the past, on my annual demographic census for my channel audience, I distinguished Jews from any other group of people on the planet. But does this actually make any sense? Is there a such thing as the Jewish race? I've discussed this before rather briefly, but Jewish people are not a typical ethnic group, nor are they a typical religious group, as Judaism is more of an ethno-religious community, meaning that those born in the tribe are generally de facto members for life, even if they renounce the prevailing beliefs or traditions, which may sound odd, but countless other larger communities do this as well, especially Muslims, Mormons, or Catholics, a large chunk of whom may not have stepped into a religious institution in years or even their entire life,
What's up,
and
Admiral?
still identify with the label they were born into. Now, the term Semite, most well known in the term anti-Semitism, the discrimination against or hatred of Jewish people,
No idea
is
where
actually
Mike
not
is.
tied only with Jews,
Hopefully,
as the term originally
he had
reflected
a Diwali. He had a death in the
Afro-Asiatic peoples
family,
inhabiting the
so
Middle
probably
East, including Arabs,
dealing with
Syrians,
that. I'm
Persians,
sure we'll see him
and
this
even many
weekend.
groups in Ethiopia and Eritrea who migrated from southern Arabia thousands of years ago. And historically, this also included the Phoenicians, Babylonians, and Samaritans, who actually still do exist, by the way. I've done an entire video on the Austro-Asiatic peoples and how they relate to one another, and it is rather odd to think that people groups like the Jews, Assyrians are related to Ethiopians, Somalis, or even those from northern Nigeria. But in the video, I explained how the family spread to encompass such a vast geographic region, having been impacted by many groups around them. The oldest of the ancient Jewish kingdoms, Israel and Judah, were both located in the Levant in the southeast quadrant of the Mediterranean, and hence the original inhabitants would have initially been very similar to the surrounding Egyptians, Arabs, and Syrians in terms of genetics, although their customs and traditions would eventually make them very easily distinguishable. Some have argued that Judaism is de facto the world's oldest formalized religion, as before this, the vast majority of tribes on Earth simply passed down the fluid, pluralistic, animistic practices of nature worship and or ancestor veneration of their forefathers. And interestingly, one of the consequences of this was a sharp increase in the rates of endogamous marriages, meaning the vast majority of marriages were in group, quickly leading to a number of distinct genetic markers to be widespread among nearly the entire Jewish population due to genetic drift and isolation. The Jewish people were downtrodden by the Egyptians and Syrians, but by far the biggest impact on the Jewish
See, this is literally what happens when you don't understand your own argument. Okay, traits that are indicative of a religious or cultural group, that's not the same thing that's not the same thing as saying there is a genetic. It is a trait. Traits are literally not like I don't know. Traits are tendencies. That's probably the best way I can think of to describe it. But you know what? A trait identified with Jewish people are brown eyes. Okay, but not all Jews have brown eyes. It's a trait, meaning a tendency. In the idiotic, fucking unscientific argument that people can be genetically Jewish is literally poppycock. And I'm trying to be polite about it. I do not like stupid people, and I do not like people who argue shit that they have no clue. So far, this video talks about tendencies, traits to be specific. And I guarantee you, in the next 9 minutes or so, there will be no such term as genetically Jewish. It's a moronic argument. And the disrespect of my intelligence by coming up here and arguing something that either you knowingly are incorrect on, or you're too stupid to understand the actual science of it, that is not my goddamn problem, and I will shut that shit down if you piss me off. If you're going to be stupid, at least be polite about it.
Nation was the conquest of the Romans, with the Jews being very resistant to the imposition of Roman laws and customs over that of the traditional Jewish religious laws, creating a series of revolts and rebellions. This led to the sacking of Jerusalem by the Romans, scattering the Jewish people, and the Roman province was named from Judea to Palestine after the neighboring Philistine tribe, with the Romans hoping that this would quickly extinguish the problem-causing Jewish nation from existence once and for all. The situation is extremely complicated by this diaspora event, which saw the expulsion of this formerly highly centralized endogamous ethno-religious community. So even though they saw a synthesis with many different cultures around the world, they still retain their original base. The bulk of Jews in the diaspora went to Europe, which is how they came to be the largest and most well-known group, but there were many other branches that went as far as China, India, Ethiopia, with certain tales even suggesting that some made it even further than that. When arriving in these different lands, such as Persia, Spain, Italy, or Morocco, there were moderate amounts of intermixing with the native peoples, with an especially high number of female converts marrying into the nation early on. But gradually, they formed into tight-knit, exclusive communities that generally only married among themselves. And this is even more true after the spread of Christianity and Islam. So keep in mind, although the quintessential Abrahamic faith, Judaism, did not spread in the same manner as the other two major religions, which is why you have two Christians from Armenia and Portugal, or two Muslims from Senegal and Pakistan, who wouldn't really have all too much in common. The Jews, even though those from highly disparate groups, generally have a much higher sense of community and camaraderie, and a lot of this has to do with the uniquely harsh nature of persecution and danger faced by the people worldwide throughout most of their history. There are many, many different Jewish ethnic clusters across the world, some of which I've discussed in the past, but the main three are the Ashkenazim, named after a biblical Jewish kingdom, who were mostly located in northern and eastern Europe as the result of countless expulsions and pogroms leading to a migration further into the heartland of Europe. The Sephardim, named after Spain, who were mostly located in Iberia. However, following the Inquisition, the bulk either converted to Catholicism, fled to North Africa or other parts of Europe, or fled to the New World, where the vast majority intermarried with the Latino population. And because of this, a significant proportion, some would estimate in
Now, see, dumb fuck, I literally said Africa and the New World, the Americas. See, I read a book or two every now and again, and this motherfucker wants to come up and talk all kinds of bullshit. Dude, when you come up here, you need to not insult my intelligence. If you have a question, ask it. If you actually have a cogent and provable point, make it. Maybe you'll teach me something. But this "you're wrong" bullshit won't do, especially when I know, dude, I'm not going to do debate boy stuff. I'm not going to give wrong information equal footing with what I actually know and it's provable. In this fucking weak ass MAGA far right bullshit about I need to be polite and let you express an opinion that is incorrect, go to John Galt, go to one of the other channels. Motherfucker, I don't play that shit. Know your shit if you come up here.
the tens
And
of
be able
millions
to
of
defend it.
Latinos have some significant degree of Sephardi Jewish heritage, as I discussed in an earlier video. And the last of the big three are
You
the
didn't miss
Mizrahim,
much there,
Middle
Admiral.
Easterners, referring to
And
Jewish
I'm just
communities
kind
in
of
the Middle
venting,
East, such as in
but
Persia,
the
Arabia, and Egypt.
I'm
So whenever
fucking
someone
tired of
talks
these
about a
idiots coming
Spanish
up here
Jew or a
pretending they
German
know
Jew or
something.
Iraqi
You're
Jew,
not going to
it can
argue me
generally
down if
distinguish
I
which
know I'm
larger
right.
community
And
they're
I'm
a
not
part
going
of,
to give you
which has a
equal
large
footing.
impact on their genetics and culture, even if they live in different countries or speak different languages. One of the genetic links that binds all of these Jewish peoples together is their paternal haplogroups, which, as I've discussed many times, although not perfect, is generally a pretty good indicator of shared heritage. And genetic studies on European, Middle Eastern, and North African Jews has shown that most share the same haplogroups originating in the Near East, including J1, J2, T, and E1B1, all typical of other Semitic populations. Others in the worldwide interconnected web of Jewish descendants include the Beta Israel, or Jews from Ethiopia, who are indeed genetically distinct from the surrounding Horn African population, although their actual Semitic Jewish ancestry in terms of DNA is much smaller than many other groups, and their paternal haplogroup distribution is also highly disparate when compared to the Ashkenazi, Sephardi, or Mizrahi, which points to an actual case of mass conversion to Judaism by a small founding population with limited genetic input from the Middle East. Horn Africans as a whole, however, are still related to Jews genetically through the migration of ancient and more recent Western Eurasian peoples, albeit with a Northeast African or Nilo-Saharan base related to the peoples of Sudan and East Africa. Other smallish Jewish populations around the globe include the Koshin Jews in the southern Indian state of Kerala, again, a highly admixed population that, by appearance alone, certainly wouldn't stand out too much from the general Indian population. And similarly, there's a small Jewish community in Kaifeng in China that are partially descended from Persian Jews from centuries prior, and due to this, they have largely assimilated into the local population, both from a genetic, linguistic, and cultural perspective, although there has been a bit of a cultural revival in recent years. Lastly, there is a moderately sized group in South Central Africa, mostly in Zimbabwe and South Africa, known as the Lemba, who by and large would appear indistinguishable from the other native Bantus of the region. However, they claim an ancient connection to the Middle East, similar to the Swahili. Genetic studies in recent years have shown a large degree of ancestry from the Middle East when compared to the surrounding Bantu populations, but whether this is specifically from the Jewish diaspora or from early Arab traders is currently unknown. And many Lemba have unofficially claimed Jewish status, although few have actually emigrated to the modern state of Israel. Speaking of which, Israel is unique in having essentially united a wildly diverse diaspora from all around the world, with the Jewish population of Israel coming from Germany, the USSR, Romania, Poland, Turkey, Iran, the Maghreb, Arab countries, Latin America, and has even attracted some from the United States, which has resulted in a religiously unified nation. However, in terms of ancestral, linguistic, and cultural background, is extremely diverse. There's a reason that Israel is often regarded as the USA of the Middle East, and it isn't just due to the external socio-political policies, but rather the diverse nature of settlement in the country. I actually find the situation in Israel to be quite intriguing, as the eccentric pattern of migration and intermixing in the modern state has resulted in a rather unconventional situation for the region, with the bulk of Israeli Jews being native born and a very high percentage, around 20 to 40%, having a mixed ancestry when it comes to the ethno-geographical origins of their Jewish ancestors, with Ashkenazi, Sephardi, and Mizrahi having extremely high rates of intermarriage, although the Beta Israel, Cochin Jews, and other more disparate groups still have a hard time in finding belonging and acceptance among the general population. In total, what we're seeing in modern Israel among the Jewish population is a fusion of these different groups, which will definitely have an interesting outcome in the future, with Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews having around 20 to 40% Semitic Jewish DNA, making many nearly identical to other European populations, while the Mizrahi have a much higher percentage, especially those around the Levant. Keep in mind, most of the surrounding Arab populations do have a bit of genetic divergence due to migrations from the Arabian Peninsula following the Islamic expansion of the 6th and 7th centuries, as well as the trans-Saharan with the majority of Egyptians, Palestinians, Jordanians, and Lebanese Muslims having significant sub-Saharan African DNA from historic intermixing. So most Jews, especially the Ashkenazi, represent their own unique genetic cluster, somewhere in between that of Southern Europeans and Southwest Asians due to their endogamy and early cases of intermixing, although other Jewish groups may be more closely related to the surrounding populations. So to claim that there is an all-encompassing Jewish race is inaccurate, but there is a very obvious substratum or genetic base among most of the peoples of the Jewish diaspora, which explains the socio-political, cultural, genetic, and phenotypic similarities between them. So in conclusion, the Jewish nation is one of the most interesting on the planet, even though the modern state of Israel and its future is such a controversial subject. And despite being separated by generations, close gene pools, and genetic drift, there are many connections to many different civilizations across the planet, making them, ironically, a very centralized yet dispersed group of people with one of the most interesting histories. So go ahead and let me know your thoughts on the Jewish people and nation. And for today's poll, let me know which Jewish macro-ethnic.
Okay, I don't know if you're listening, Vagoda, or will listen. There's nothing supporting the misconception that there are people that are genetically Jewish. Don't bring that dumb bullshit up to my panel again. And if you interrupt me when I'm midstream, mid talking, or mid on a rant, without saying please, thank you, or just basic politeness, expect to be cursed out. And I don't give a shit if you don't come back. If you do come back, it'll be on my terms, as it always was. Your basic disrespect, I suspect I know why you are so disrespectful, because I heard you on Mo Love's stream a few days ago, and I was not impressed. Okay, I'm not the sort of person, we're not praying to the Bible or doing Bible study up here. I will fucking crush you, rhetorically, of course. You don't come and fuck with me, son. I will crush you, and I will laugh when I do it. So you're always welcome back, but there are rules, son. There are rules. So that being said, actually, I wanted to watch this. I'm going to, God damn it, watch this. Let's see. Let's pray I don't get a strike. But it's so interesting why someone would move to Vermont to raise goats. So this is an attorney.
Are you having a good day?
Here on her farm near Pomfret, Vermont, retired lawyer Yvette Leno is
Retired?
providing a different kind of counsel.
Some of them really love a good scratch. You don't like that.
An attorney back in the 1990s, Yvette eventually leaving the job to raise a family.
I had my first child and took time off, and then I went back, and then I had my second, and I took more time off. And, you know, that was a luxury. It was an option that, as a family, we decided I would do. I was the primary caretaker.
But after her kids grew up, she stumbled on a new flock she wanted to tend to.
I don't remember exactly how I got there, what rabbit hole I went down, but I found out about baby doll Southdown sheep. And they're very cute. They look like little stuffed animals. And in that moment, I decided that I had to get one of these.
There's just one thing about sheep, though.
You can't have one lamb. They're flock animals. So, I have to have a flock. Well, now where am I going to put them, and how do I take care of them? And it mushroomed.
Yvette going all in. First on the docket, moving to a 60-acre lot in Vermont, living in a trailer while clearing land for pasture.
My mother has a really green thumb, and she would always ask me to help her, and I hated gardening. I don't want to get in the dirt, I don't like the bugs. It's not my thing. I would never have imagined this.
And like studying for the bar, Yvette became a student all over again in farming, a highly uncommon profession among Black women. According to the USDA, there are 1.2 million women farmers in the U.S., but only 1% are Black.
Damn. What is happening today? I love to read and learn and study and research. I took tons of courses. I have a a shepherding mentor. I was like a sponge, just soaking it up.
Now there's just one thing left to do.
Drove to Pennsylvania, put
Is that
hay
a
in it,
full-size
loaded the
truck?
lambs in. And it was so cute, but I felt like, oh wow, this is mine now. Like I am responsible.
Yvette said it's been a learning process since getting her sheep last year, plowing through winter cold, figuring out farm equipment, and warding off the occasional bear.
The biggest challenge is that it doesn't let up. You're required to do so much. Is the care I'm giving enough? Should I call the vet?
But she's not dropping these fluffy clients anytime soon.
I pretend it's love. They're just looking for treats. The sheep are great. So I have Merinos and Baby Doll Southdowns. I have 7 sheep. They all have very distinct personalities. Agnes is very cautious.
Along with the sheep, Yvette also is taking on chickens.
What's going on?
And a llama named Cloud, who helps look after the flock.
Oh, that's a good boy. They follow my llama around and they, snuggle up with him. This idea of living outside of your comfort zone, I've kind of taken to a very extreme degree. But I have found that it's been really good for me. The old me, the normal Yvette, would not move forward, but I've now put myself on the path of, just you figure out tomorrow and keep going.
For now, she's enjoying life on the farm, where it's never a bad day.
Taking chances and putting yourself out there. I feel happier. I feel more capable. I feel like it's a better way to live. This is my favorite thing. Play with the sheep.
You know what though? That's a funny comment. I don't know. You know what? I find myself being a lot more. People call me a simp, and they're probably close to right. I think she's really a good-looking older woman. So I think she's farming. I'm more interested to know her story. Like apparently she's divorced or something like that. What's up, Mr. Clue? Good to see you. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just hey CK, I'm just window shopping. Let's put it that way. I'm not looking to make any major changes or anything like that, but hey, let me window shop there, Admiral. So anyway, I think that I hear the beer store calling, and I will let's see if I can find a short video, because short it shall be, or will have to be. And then I may start up a stream, when I get back. I may not. I'm fighting because I actually have stuff to do, and it's not like it's pressing stuff. Let's see. Apparently, did BGS and Angry Man have a beef? Who knew? Well, I'm going to play this just to check it out. It looks interesting. It's more politics, actually. You know what?
Hello and welcome to the Global Leadership
I don't know.
Podcast. Where leaders from
What's
every
wrong? What's wrong? Obviously, whatever she was doing as a lawyer afforded her the opportunity to retire. Yeah, people like John Galt have things to say about everything except their own bad behavior and just like personal toxicity. It's literally I can't think of the goddamn word right now, but dude, calling people ghetto while being ghetto only works on people who are just inclined to overlook such bad behavior. John Galt's behavior is atrocious. It's the motherfucker is not a classy dude. And I mean, I think he has had to be in his past, but right now that motherfucker is literally low class. So, you know, a low class motherfucker who obviously has some education, a low class motherfucker betraying his education to criticize people who probably have more class than he does. Like, you know, I think some motherfucker just lying on the pavement, drunk as shit and passed out is actually truer to himself than John Galt is. John Galt has some mental issues. And, you know, him calling out, you know, accomplished people for medical issues is atrocious behavior. And that's why there's a great rift, because I wasn't shy about telling John Galt that he's fucked up. He has personal issues, and I have no idea whether I'm right or not, but I'm just going on how he presents himself. The motherfucker's fucked up in the head. And this self-medication journey that, you know, he thinks everyone, his motherfucking, people like Innate Ways and folks of that ilk, they're just basically enablers. And they're too stupid to understand what they're doing. And John Galt is basically, you know, building a business over fucking he's building a business on decrepitude. So that's my spiel. I will try. You brought up JG, god damn it. You knew. You're enabling me, Admiral.
Walk of life come together to learn to lead in healthy, holistic ways.
Google Hangouts.
I'm your host, Whitney Putnam,
Google
and I am
Hangouts
so
doesn't
glad
even
you're here.
exist anymore.
You're listening
Damn,
today
that's
because
an
you are
old beef.
someone who wants to get better, who
Yeah,
believes
8
in being
years,
the
yeah.
best that you can be, who knows that your leadership matters. And today we're going to be talking about an area that great leaders must get right, and that's execution. As leaders, we can have the most extraordinary, grand vision, but if we lack execution, that vision, as Thomas Edison puts it, is just a hallucination. At the Global Leadership Network, we've been thinking a lot about execution because we just wrapped up the summit, the thing that we've been dreaming about and working toward all year long. And while so many of our guests had an outstanding experience with so many excellent speakers and life-changing insights, our execution failed when it came to our streaming feed. We had technical difficulties that meant some of our online and host site guests did not get to have the experience we had planned for them. So we have been really thinking deeply about how to respond when our execution fails. A few of the things that we've been really focusing on as a team are, one, just really making sure that our guests who had this experience feel very seen and heard. We are listening. We are taking notes to your experience. We are taking full responsibility for the failure, and we are not pointing fingers. We are doing our best to lean in and practice unreasonable hospitality, just like Will Guidara taught us last year. Asking questions like, how can we go above and beyond to make the situation right for those that were most impacted? We're analyzing what went wrong so that we can learn and eliminate the issue. And lastly, we're doing our best to rebuild trust with you, with our guests, so that we can continue to deliver the summit in the best way possible. It's a hard and humbling path, but I'm also reminded that this is what leadership is all about. It's responding to the unexpected with maturity, grace, and confidence. And with that being said, if you were one of the guests who did not have the 5-star experience we planned for you, we recognize it, we own it, and we are working hard to ensure a world-class experience in 2026. Now, on to our conversation today. David Ashcraft, CEO of the Global Leadership Network, and I are going to be talking about all things execution. We chat about the balance between vision and execution, not getting bored in the details, and creating a culture of delegation. Listen in and get practical tips for how you can grow in execution as a leader. David, welcome to the podcast.
Hey, Whitney, thank you. Good to see you again.
It's great to see you too. It's good to see you. So this month, David, we are talking about execution, and I'm really excited to learn about this from your leadership. I know you as a leader where you are extremely strong in vision. Can you tell me, is execution a personal strength of yours, or is that something that you've developed over the years?
So, Whitney, I actually love both sides of it. I love trying to figure out, okay, where might we go in the future? And it could be, I mean, earliest days, it was a small project at a camp that I was directing, and we were trying to build a new playground. And so it was, here's the vision of what we can do now. Let's figure out the steps to get there. And so I love that planning side of it as well. And then I love actually pulling it off and seeing it come to fruition. So that's probably something I enjoy a lot.
Okay, that's a uniqueness of a leader. And I also love, I mean, now that when you look back, did you see yourself when you were planning that playground? Oh, I was vision casting and planning it? Or now when you look back on your life, do you see, oh, that was even playing out in smaller projects like a playground?
You know, so it's funny when you're starting out, especially, and until people start pointing things out to you, you don't know what you're doing. You're just doing it. And it's just what seems logical. And so what seemed logical is to help everybody understand, here's where we're going. And then here's how we're going to get there. And so I don't know that I ever thought of that as even vision casting. I don't know if I thought of it as that. I know I didn't think of it as vision casting or execution. It was just doing what needed to be done to get the work done. So,
which is such great leadership. I love that so much, David. You weren't thinking about the title. You were thinking about the dream of it and how is this going to help people. Yeah.
And I think sometimes we've got to be careful. Sometimes now later in life, as I have opportunity to talk about leadership, sometimes we can talk about it in such a way that younger leaders or any leader thinks, oh, I have to have this formula that I'm following. And it isn't always so much about a formula. It's really all pretty basic. And, you know, I go back to one of my favorite summit talks, and I think it's a favorite for so many people. And it was just the challenge of here's where we are today, here's where we want to go in the future, and it was how to get from here to there. And that's what leaders do. They help people get from here to there. And it's not only the vision, but it's also what are the steps we're going to take to get there. So it's pretty basic, but it's a huge thing that a lot of people miss.
Yeah. What would you say? I love this quote from Thomas Edison, and this speaks to that says vision without execution is just hallucination. So you're talking about those barriers that people will just miss. What are those barriers that people miss in the actual doing of the work?
You know, I think, Whitney, a lot of times what happens is we get bored in the details. And so we get so wrapped up in what it's going to look like. But then when it comes time to actually doing it, that's where the hard work is. It's easy to dream and come up with that vision. It takes time and it takes effort to hone it in so that it's very clear for people. But the steps to get there, that's where the tedious work comes in. That's where, you know, at this year's summit that we just came off of, which was an excellent summit, but there were several talks that really talked about just the mundane work of leadership. And it's just doing the boring things over and over. And so it's, the vision is exciting, but it's just those mundane steps that you show up and you keep taking another step and another step, which eventually gets you to where that vision is. So I think we get tired of it. It's just boring. Sometimes it can be boring. It's not exciting. It's tedious, but it's what's necessary.
Yeah. So personally, David, I'm so interested in this. I love learning how other people execute like this. Like you're just saying, it gets boring. It gets hard too. Like the work, like you said, it's really hard work. So do you have personal, I'm going to have 2 questions for you. So just be thinking about these. Do you have personal rhythms in your own life that when you're in that boring, tedious work that keep you encouraged? And then my second question is, okay, it's keeping you encouraged. Then how do you do that with the teams that you lead?
So what
Yeah.
personal rhythms do you have? How do you psych yourself up to get through the hard work?
So, definitely it's not easy. Again, you can get bored, you can lose sight of the vision. So for me, it's keeping that vision out there in front of myself to remind myself of ultimately where we want to go. But it's so easy to lose sight of that. Again, you get into the day-to-day grind. And so if it's a big vision, it's not going to happen in 2 weeks or 2 months, or maybe even 2 or 3 years. It's going to happen 4 or 5 years down the road. And so you've got to keep that out there. For me, it's incremental steps. And so if it's going to be a 5-year thing that I think it's going to take for us to get there, then let's break it down into, a couple of 3 chunks. And then even there, break it down into smaller chunks so that I can see progress and I can see wins as I go along. So it's challenging. It's not necessarily the easy thing. And I think part of the leader's responsibility then is to keep throwing that vision back out there for people that are following and working on, because it's not just you that's working on the details. Everybody in the organization is having to work on the details. And I think one of the missteps that leaders make so often is people come into the organization, they know their task, but they don't know the vision. And if we don't keep recasting it, then they're working on task after task after task, but they don't know why they're working on that task. They don't know what it's going to accomplish down the road. They don't know how it's going to benefit the organization. And so they just kind of get caught up in the task, and they're just doing busy work in their minds when really it's something about accomplishing that bigger vision.
Yeah. David, I have to tell you this story. So we are working, right? So the marketing team works to help execute the summit. And so right now we're working on GLS 26. We start thinking about GLS 26. And so we're working on ideating, and there was something that happened in my day just the other day. And I don't know if you've ever had this, David, but it could have been the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I mean, it could have been what made me just kind of like sink back and say, whoa, this is hard, just too much. And I took a long beat, a minute. I took a minute. And then I called my teammates and I said, hey, I can't do this by myself. I need some help to talk through this problem. It really, honestly, David, it was because I wanted to know I wasn't alone in it, if I'm going to be really honest with you. And that was so, so helpful for me. So do you see yourself too, kind of when that straw that's going to break your camel's back in the execution, what do you tend to do inside of that scenario for you?
For myself personally?
Yeah, as a leader.
So it kind of varies. It depends on what the project is. And so if we're getting close to finishing the project, then typically I put my head down and grind it out. If it's still a long way to go, then I give myself some flexibility. I mean, there's different ways that I've done that over the years. So as a pastor, one of the things that we talk about all the time is spending time with God on a daily basis. And I can't tell you how many times I have had different programs of how I was going to do that. And I would do well for 6, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. And then I'd stumble, and I would, for whatever reason, I'd get busy. I wouldn't take time to read the scripture and talk with God. And so I'd miss a day, and then then I'd miss another day. And then I'd just kind of throw my hands up and quit altogether. And then I'd start feeling guilty because here I am, a pastor, and I'm supposed to be good at this. And so then I'd start another program, and I kept stumbling over and over. When it finally really clicked for me, so I mean, this is literally 30 years of my life. And so early 30s, I was already serving in a church as a pastor and struggling with this. And it wasn't until I finally gave myself some leeway and said, okay, realistically, I'm not going to do this 7 days a week. Realistically, 5 days a week. Realistically, I'll probably read 5 days a week, but the other 2, I may not. And that's okay. And once I started giving myself leeway to do that, then it became a whole lot easier. So giving myself some grace. And then remembering the big picture. It isn't about the task of every day I have to read the Bible. It's the task of I'm really doing this so that I can have a better relationship, a friendship, so to speak, with my Heavenly Father. And so therefore, that's the vision that I'm working towards. And if I get caught up on the task, I mean, I'm a task person, Whitney. And if I show you my to-do list, I mean, this is my to-do list for the week, and I love crossing things off. Mm-hmm. And so it's easy for me to check things off as tasks, but that doesn't help me necessarily accomplish the vision unless I keep that out in front of me and remember there's a bigger purpose. So I think give myself some grace and leeway to mess up, but keep driving forward.
Yeah, I love that. You're giving yourself some permission. And in your relationship with God, I mean, he just wants to meet with you and be your friend. So that's pretty cool.
Exactly.
And even too, just being permission as a leader as well, just keeping that vision in front of you. One thing, David, that I've noticed in working under your leadership is you're really great. I see you do this in meetings, and it's things that I've watched and I've imitated now inside of my own teams. And so, David, you're really great at delegation and saying, okay, hey, who wants to pick that up, or who's really strong in this? And so can you just speak a little bit to your vision of delegation? And I really see you building a culture of that inside of the GLN. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
So I think for me and my experience at LCBC, the church that I was a senior pastor at for a while, for 32 years, I started out by myself. And then as we were able to start adding staff, when I stepped away, we had 300 staff members. And if you truly want everybody else to own the vision and be excited about it, then they need some sense of ownership, responsibility as well. And so if I'm just the only one managing that vision, we're not going to ever get there because nobody else is going to be excited about it. So want ownership. And so I need other people to be involved in the project. The other is I truly believe people are way better than me at accomplishing a variety of tasks. And so I think the way we grew from just myself to 300 staff members is I would bring people around me that had the potential to be way better than me. And oftentimes as leaders, when we're hiring people on a scale of 1 to 10, if I'm an 8, if I'm thinking of myself as an 8, then I may hire 5 or 6s or 7s to work under me because somehow I think I can guide them and lead them and keep control of them. Or I can go out and say, I'm only a 7 or 8, but man, if I could hire 9s and 10s around me and let them take it and be way better than me, then it's going to help us move forward. And so my goal was always to hire people that could be way better than me. We didn't in the early days have the money to hire experts, so we would look for people that had potential to be experts. And then I would hire them. I would say, here's what I know about it. Here's kind of the vision of where I think we want to go with it. Now let's work together in the early days, but then I want you to become so much better than I could ever possibly be at your job, at your task. And what I hope ultimately is people from around the country are going to come to you and say, man, how do you do this? And we want to learn from you. And so building a team of experts around me, that I'm not the expert. I'm the one that kind of keeps casting the vision, but I need experts around me to carry it out. So.
Yeah, I think that's so cool. I think so many people can learn that. And you know what that spells to me, David? Like when you say that and you share that vision and how you approach really just the work that God has given you, that spells humility to me. Mm-hmm. I mean, that just spells out humility in leadership. And so refreshing. I just think that's so refreshing, and it lets other people feel empowered and unleashed. So that's really neat, David.
Whitney, one of the other things,
unleashed,
about vision and taking people along the journey to get to
you mean off the chain?
One of the stories I tell all the time is when Ruth and I were younger, we in our early 20s, we were just married, and we would take.
What do you mean? What the hell are we watching? We're watching David Ashcroft on the importance of execution from the Global Leadership Network.
So straight through, you felt terrible by the time you get there.
And actually, you know what?
High altitude.
It is a little dry. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to shut this down, and I'll start up when I get back from the beer store. And we're down to 5, so I need a break, and apparently we all need a break. So there will be a part 2 to this. So enjoy your lunch break. As a matter of fact, I will eat lunch and get beer. So see y'all in